Good evening. Today is Friday, March 19th. We're calling this meeting to order. As stated in the public notice of this meeting, the Common Council of the City of Marshfield is convening a public hearing pursuant to Section 17.16 subsection 3 of the Wisconsin statutes concerning verified charges filed by Andy Keogh dated January 28th, 2021, asking for the removal of the mayor and stating reasons for removal. This hearing is to commence tonight and to reconvene on March 22nd at 5 p.m. and March 23rd at 5 p.m. This hearing will be held in accordance with strict COVID protocols. This limits the seating available to the public. However, the matter is also being broadcast live on our public access station. I will state the appearance of the parties. Dr. Keogh, charging party or complainant, is present and appearing on his own behalf. Mayor McManus, the charged party or respondent, is present and appearing on his own behalf. The Common Council is present. Clerk, please call the roll.
Fire.
Here.
Paschal.
Here.
Rosendich.
Here.
Bargander.
Here.
Wagner.
Here.
Witzel.
Here.
Fisher.
Here.
Spiros. Here. Budke.
Here.
Hendler.
Here.
Record to date. Our first order of business will be to file the record to date in this matter. Mr. Calney, special counsel hired to assist the council in this matter, has previously forwarded the record to you by email. In addition, a copy of those documents have been copied for each council member and the parties. Mr. Calney will formally describe the documents and place them in the record as council exhibits. Mr. Calney.
Thank you. The first document in the packet is the letter of February 24, 2021 to the parties recapping, referencing the attached charges. And these are the charges filed by Mr. Keogh and referencing a affidavit of service of those charges on February 24, 2021. The next document is a letter of March 8, 2021 from me to the parties recapping a scheduling conference March 6, 2021, listing the initial witness list and the answer in this. The next document. Oh, I thought it was, but it wasn't, yeah. It has to be read, huh? Okay. The next is a letter of March 12, 2021, again to the parties, that being Mayor McManus and Dr. Keogh. This is recapping a email sent to the parties on March 3rd and a conference held between the parties discussing the procedures, listing the witnesses and the evidence to be considered, and mentioning the stipulations on the evidence. And the next document is a letter of May 15, discussing different witnesses who were to be called. Also attached to that document, and I want to mention this to all the council members, is what will be mayor's or respondents exhibit number 2. So just so you know, I didn't make another copy of that, but you have it in paper in your packet. Last but not least is a letter of, oh, I'm sorry, it's not last. Next is a letter of March 17, 2021. This is the letter sent to the council members referencing the record. And then last but not least is the notice of tonight's hearing. I would ask that this be appended to the transcript of this matter.
Okay, thank you. The hearing procedure. This hearing involves the charges filed against the mayor by Dr. Keogh. Dr. Keogh will proceed to put in evidence regarding the mayor's response to a public records request in April of 2020. Each party may give an opening statement. This is a description of what they believe the evidence will show. Dr. Keogh will go first. The mayor may give an opening statement at the beginning of the case or may wait until he presents his evidence. Dr. Keogh will then call witnesses and present evidence by sworn testimony to prove the allegations of his complaint, also sometimes referred to as charges. After each of Dr. Keogh's witnesses have been asked questions, Mayor McManus will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. There may be redirect and recross if necessary. As the council has the obligation to investigate this matter, they also have the right to ask questions of the witnesses. The parties will be given the opportunity to ask questions after the council has completed questioning. After Dr. Keogh is done calling witnesses, the mayor may present his defense. He may call witnesses who will likely be sworn in and subject to questioning in the same manner as Dr. Keogh's witnesses, including questioning by the council. When the mayor is done presenting witnesses, the Common Council may call additional witnesses or recall any of the other witnesses who have been called. The mayor and Dr. Keogh will have the opportunity to cross-examine the council witnesses. After the council witnesses have been examined, the parties will have the opportunity for closing arguments. Evidence and burden. To remove the mayor, the Common Council must find that the allegations of the complaint are true, and that those allegations constitute neglect of duty, official misconduct, or malfeasance in office sufficient to merit removal from office. The only evidence the parties said that they were going to introduce consists of 3 exhibits: an incident report filed by Detective Sergeant Meidel of the Portage County Sheriff's Office, and most of the attachments thereto. The parties have stipulated to that exhibit. A thumb drive, including the exhibits, has been created for the council to review. In addition, as each exhibit is reviewed, the clerk will be showing it on the screen. This composite exhibit is the only evidence produced by the complainant, Dr. Keogh, at this time. The mayor has asked that the response to the public record request be made a part of the record. As that response is voluminous, it is on a thumb drive before you, and the mayor will produce a hard copy to put in record. Other than that, the mayor intends to introduce some email evidence. That document is on your thumb drive and has been copied for you as well. If the parties need to present additional evidence, we may need to take time to make copies for the council. The council has asked to view certain videos. If produced, we will show them on the screen and have a copy available for each council member and the parties. Several witnesses have been called by the parties and the council. The witnesses who have been subpoenaed for this hearing tonight are Randy Gershman, Andy Keogh, Mike Myers, Steve Barg, Hap Wolfgram, Ang Ing, Matt Sutton, Detective Meidel, Bob McManus, and Nate Mueller. Those members of staff may remain in their offices until called, but must be ready when called. Your subpoena is intended to be a continuing subpoena. While many of you may be called tonight, your appearance is required to continue for tonight, Monday, March 22nd at 5 p.m., and Tuesday, March 23rd at 5 p.m., unless you are specifically told you are released from your subpoena. Failure to appear at the subsequent hearings may result in punishment for contempt. With that, I ask that you stay available to be called by this body. The court reporter will swear in the witnesses, and I, as presiding officer, with the assistance of legal counsel, rule on any objections or other procedural matters. With that having called the hearing in the matter of the charges to be considered against Mayor Bob McManus to order, unless there are any other questions, Dr. Keogh, you may proceed to present your case. Prior to doing that, I was asked by the court reporter to please remind everybody to speak slowly, one at a time, for the benefit of the court reporter. Dr. Keogh?
Cell phones.
Thank
Also,
you.
if anybody in the room has cell phones on, please turn those off. Dr. Keogh, sorry.
No, that's all right. The problem with your last instruction is I don't know how to turn mine off, but that's all right. I'll try and be brief. Although I can feel in my head a clock beginning at 50 minutes and counting down. After 30-some years as a professor, in higher ed, it's the only place in the world where an hour is 50 minutes, and that's how long a lecture takes. But I'll do my best to ignore that clock. I am Andy Keogh, and I live on North Apple Street in Marshfield. That introduction, I think, is required by Chapter 17. I'm going to ask for the patience of the council. Neither I nor the mayor are attorneys, and we're not trained to deal with this kind of situation. I think we'll both do our best, but ask you to help in the asking of questions and in moving the hearing forward. From my perspective, the only document you need for this hearing is the police report from Detective Meidel. It was my only document when I prepared my complaint. All of the supplementary material you received may illuminate the police report, but the essence of the issues are found in the police report. The mayor has suggested my complaint is politically motivated. I don't know what that means. To disagree or find fault doesn't require political motivation. And actually, it doesn't make any difference. My motivation is irrelevant. The only question for the council is whether my complaint has merit, and if it does, what to do about it. As you already know, all of the records having to do with city business created by city employees, volunteers, commissioners, committee members, and others connected to the city are owned by the city. The open records request was made to the city and not to an individual. If an open records request is not complied with, any legal action would be made against the city. Ultimately, the Common Council and its members, as the highest body in the governance of the city, would be held accountable for the lack of compliance to an open records request. The mayor knew the open records request rules and made choices to deny requested records, which left the city out of compliance. And now to my complaints. And I'll share them in the order that they appear in my letter. I believe the mayor destroyed electronic records. Let me ask all of you, when was the last time you looked at your phone and hundreds of text messages disappeared? In reviewing the supplemental materials provided by Eng, I am sorry, I don't know how to say your second name. You're Eng. Without a vowel, I'm lost. Anyway, in the materials provided by Eng, I counted 1,090 text messages between April of 2019 and July of 2020 to and from the mayor's phone. That's a significant number of text messages. You haven't had messages just disappear from your phone because you didn't do anything to make them disappear. Removing messages from your phone requires purposeful steps. I can't say whether the mayor took the steps to remove messages from his phone or if someone did it for him. But somebody had to take purposeful action for the text messages to be removed. And I believe Detective Meidel will have some comments to make when he testifies. My second complaint is Mayor McManus lied about his response to the public record request. You can't lie by accident. You can give incorrect information. You can be mistaken in what you say and leave a false impression, all by accident. But a lie requires an intentional and purposeful attempt to get someone to believe what is untrue. Using that definition, the mayor lied to Mr. Barg about the open records request, and Mr. Barg will share the experiences when he testified. Number 3, the mayor's action that is most troubling to me personally is his attempt to blame someone else for causing the missing records from his phone. The mayor reported the missing records from his phone were the result of Matt Sutton's wiping his phone. The mayor went to Matt to get help in organizing his email. Matt helped with that task. Later, when the mayor was being pressed to provide the text messages from his phone, he claimed Matt had wiped his phone and the text messages no longer existed. Matt denied wiping the mayor's phone, and Ang, his superior, supported that Matt had not wiped the mayor's phone. This episode was a purposeful and intentional attempt to get someone to believe what was not true and where was the mayor's second lie. These are serious matters for the city of Marshfield. Though this hearing, the issues at hand should be made clear to the members of the council. Clarity should provide you with all of the understanding to make the difficult decisions that are best for Marshfield. Now, as I come to the end of my remarks, it's important to remind all of us that while Detective Meidel's report was the basis for my complaint, it is him telling us what others told him. The council should hear from Detective Meidel and from the people he talked to so there is a firsthand understanding of their experiences. Following the rules set out by Attorney Kelney, I ask the council to be rigorous and vigorous in questioning the witnesses. You need to develop your own understanding of the issue. Thank you for your consideration. I'm finished.
Thank you. Mayor Bannis, would you like to give a statement now, or would you like to wait until you present your case?
I'll make it now.
Okay.
I'd like to start off before I do my statement with some apologies. I'd like to apologize to the citizens of Marshfield with what they've been put through for the last several months. I'd like to apologize to my fellow elected officials because I understand the scrutiny that you've been through for the last several months. And part of this is because of this issue. And I want to give my sincere apology. And I apologize to my wife. This is too much for what she's been through. The city of Marshfield has been through an enormous amount this year, dealing with a pandemic that literally changed our lives for the past year, which interrupted incomes, businesses, and our overall way of life. A historic tax increase, an issue with the police chief, and this investigation of me. This is a lot for the city. One of the responsibilities of the mayor is to make appointments to committees, boards, and commissions. This is done every year just after the new election. This past year on April 21st, 2020, I attempted to appoint Dean Pitt to the Fire and Police Commission. Dean is a retired Marathon County deputy that had tremendous experience in all aspects of the police service. And I believe that with over 30 years of experience, that would be an added value to the commission. I had no idea that there was going to be the amount of effort put in to thwart that appointment as what took place with one of the folks that will be speaking tonight, as well as a former employee. It was very clear there was a major effort to thwart that appointment. Andy Keogh's term was up. He had just served 2 5-year terms for a total of 10 years on the commission. However, there were some issues that I was concerned with, and I thought now would be a good time for some new ideas and input on the commission. Just 3 days later, following that attempted appointment, Randy Gershman, who is also a fire and police commissioner, at 6:30 a.m. filed an open records request on me for 3 different areas. It was very broad. It would appear that even that with the request, there was even help from staff to go through that, which is very alarming. If a citizen does a open records request, they should not then go to city staff for assistance, but I'll come back to that. The first of the requests was related to my elections. They wanted to know in the request, which you have a copy of the request. They wanted to know everything, people that I spoke with even before I was elected. Part of the request wanted to know if there was anybody invested in my election. I don't understand the relevance to that, but that is what was wanted. That was one part. A second part of the request was in regard to services related to the Marshfield Clinic Health Systems and the Marshfield Fire and Rescue Department contract for services. And the third was in relation to the Marshfield Police Department job function test. Because this request was so broad, it took some time to fill. In front of me here is the information that was sent. Steve Barr gave me this information here. And he said, Bob, this is 1/6 of the request that they have been given. And I didn't want to print out the whole thing, but I do have 5 other reams of paper here to show the amount of information that was turned over for review. And a lot of times what we hear is about a couple things that maybe didn't make it, and we'll get to that. I'll take ownership of that. But the amount of information that they received, it was amazing. Steve Barg, the city administrator, was the lead on gathering the information to my knowledge. And as I said, he told you about this stack of paper. In this request, there were schedules, phone logs, appointment calendars, emails, attachments of all kinds, including financials. And it would appear, based on the complaint that was made on August 6th, and you will all note that day, there was something else that happened in the city on August 6th. But none of what the material here that they received, the emails, the financials, none of that was in question. However, so on August 6th, an article came out that a criminal complaint had been filed against me. In speaking with the city administrator, he stated that he heard there may be one coming, but he was not in possession of it. The city attorney was not in possession of it. And from what I've come to learn, we don't even know who had it. It would appear that the following day, the complaint was made to Assistant Chief Pat Zepps. Even though there's still nothing there in writing, I did question, why would Randy Gershman, a member of the Police and Fire Commission, the president of the Police and Fire Commission at that time, do a criminal investigation on the mayor for this on the same day that the former police chief is going out on his second leave, this time for criminal complaint? What would be the motivation to do that? How did the media know of the contents of the complaint when no one at City Hall did? How did that happen? The city attorney didn't know. The city administrator didn't know. No one knew, but the media knew. How did they get that information? We'll come back to that. Portage County Sheriff Office was the agency that did a full investigation. They're trained in investigations, and it was thorough. And Andy brings up a very good point. He's got the primary evidence that Dr. Kia stated was the detective's report. The detective's report was sent to Wood County DA, and they filed no charges. It's very, very, very important. They filed no charges. Then late in the afternoon, after they went through and they did the investigation, I believe I had 1 or 2 calls with Sergeant Mila. I think it might have just been 1. When he concluded his investigation late in the afternoon on December 8th, 2020, I received a call from my attorney, who read me the letter from the DA. I believe you have it in your exhibit, and part of it reads, I have received a referral for an alleged violation of the Wisconsin Open Records Law by your client, Bob McManus. I've determined that legal action is not warranted. The state cannot prove an arbitrary and capricious violation of the submitted written open records request. A trained detective, a trained district attorney, again stated, they cannot prove any arbitrary and capricious violation of the submitted open records request. As you can imagine, I was elated. I thought finally we'd get a little breath. Typically, an investigation, when they're done and there are no charges, you move on. However, as you all know, we see it nationally. We're in the cancel culture. We don't like somebody, kick them out. And now we're becoming the epicenter. The president was constantly under investigation. The new one will as well. You see what's taking place in New York with Governor Cuomo and multiple investigations all over the country. The vitriol of the cancel culture is killing the country. I really didn't think that we had that here in Marshfield. I really didn't. But I was wrong. I was thinking that one less stress on the city was a good thing with no charges. Now let's jump forward. It's very, very clear. We need to jump out of those charges and let's come forward to December 30th. You all remember in this chamber, we had a special meeting because we had to determine what to do, sending charges to the PFC, asking for the removal of the former police chief. After months of waiting on this investigation to close, it finally did. We held that special meeting with the determination to have the city administrator, Steve Barg, deliver a complaint to the Fire and Police Commission to have the chief removed. On December 30th, Steve Barg delivered that to Randy Gershman, that complaint. Now, everyone was concerned about the time frame. We were in here, we heard it. People were upset. How come this person continues to get paid? The citizens were upset. We all were upset. Even the police and fire commissioner, Mike Myers, was here several times, and we applauded that, saying, why is this taking so long? With all of that, instead of Randy calling a special meeting to go over the complaint and get the process started, he just waited until the next normally scheduled meeting 2 weeks later. Now, however, the Police and Fire Commission later did meet and call a special meeting on Friday, January 22nd, 2021, to have a meeting that was a review of the investigative report of Portage County related to Bob McManus. There was no charges. The case was closed. However, that is something that we need to call a special meeting for. Even though the Police and Fire Commission does not oversee the mayor, the Police and Fire Commission should be taking care of police and fire business. But they call a special meeting for that. So, of course, this lends us to this. What was the purpose of that meeting? Did they discuss in closed session who was going to file a complaint? We don't know. I will say this, not one other committee in the city has reviewed this. The Committee on Aging, Library Committee, none of these other committees have gone to closed session to discuss a closed case. Then just 3 days after that special meeting, Andy Keogh, a resident, also a fire and police commissioner, submitted a complaint dated January 25th, 2021. Maybe that's why they had to have the special meeting on that Friday, so they could get the complaint, because for some reason, there's a real sense of urgency to get the mayor kicked out. We don't know why. And 3 days later on January 28th, and so he gave to the council then, gave to council president, Tom Witzel, gave a complaint. And then 3 days later, on January 28th, Andy submitted an addendum to the complaint to then have me removed with very clear legal verbiage. What changed in those 3 days? How was he coached? And that is what we're here about today. It would appear that the commission is not happy with me. One member of the Fire and Police Commission did the open records request, and another member filed to have me removed. I hate to use the word, but you all heard it before. If that's not a witch hunt, I don't know what is. It is crystal clear. So they're trying to take things into their own hands when it should be the citizens of Marshfield that decide. The citizens of Marshfield decide all of us. If we're not doing a good job, or they don't like us, or they think we're making make a mistake, then they will vote us out. Commissions shouldn't. How do they even think that they have the power to do that? It would be different if the allegations or the charges against me were of a much broader nature. It would be different. These are some text messages, but we'll get into that. So to clear the confusion, let me state my case. I was under the impression that all of my communication devices and Facebook page was being archived. When the open records request was being filled, I believe Steve Barg, the city administrator, was the lead on filing it for me. Now, let me be very clear, because you've seen how the issue with Matt Sutton has gotten completely blown out of proportion. When I mentioned Steve Barg here, I'm not blaming Steve. I wasn't blaming Matt. These are people that are intricately involved, and I'm giving the information. I'm merely stating the facts of who was involved. Our policy states at any time the city can access your information at any time. The confusion came with the following. For my emails, now let's understand this. Steve Barg went and filled the open, I believe he was the lead on it, went and filled it. And so what he has told me numerous times, and you'll probably hear it in his testimony, that when he puts in a request for certain things, for instance, anything that would say Marshfield or Police Department job function test, that would resonate that. It wasn't all emails. It was certain emails. Now, on the email system, when it gets deleted out of the inbox, it gets archived. That was my understanding of our issues. On the city Facebook page, that got all blown out of proportion. And you know why? Nobody came and asked me. No one came and asked me. Initially, when I was elected by the people, I wanted to communicate with them. So one of the very first things I did is I had to get my mayor Facebook page administered by the city. Somewhere along the line, that changed. And you'll see an exhibit to that when we get into that. And then they switched the administrator. Now, you can have multiple administrators on a Facebook page. But it was very, very clear. I was certainly expecting that they were still archiving it. And then the third is the text messages. I believed that once text message came in, it was archived. Now, to alleviate this in the future, this has been what has been instituted in the city since February 4th. That when a text message comes in, whether it's still in place or deleted, doesn't matter, it's archived. Having 3 separate policies that are not listing is just confusing for me because I'm not the most technologically savvy person that you're ever going to meet. Now to this request. I was under the impression that the texts were being requested were specific for the text related to the Marshfield Clinic systems and the relationship of services with the Marshfield Fire and Rescue Department and the matter related to the Marshfield Police Department job function test or employee agreements, including contract, disciplinary action, etc. I did not recall at the time any text messages that would have fallen into that, because if I did, it would have been very easy to get them. I would have to do my own open records request. One of the things that I did ask Steve about this several times. I need to make sure, do all of the texts that you're looking for have to relate to this? So if I just text somebody, hey, do you want to go grab lunch at noon? That doesn't fit the request. That's got nothing to do with the Marshfield Clinic Health System. When I asked him if he filled the request that way, that's what he did as well. He stated on numerous times that it needed to fit the topic, and that was my understanding as well. Now, be very clear. I'm not blaming Steve. We had this conversation very well many times for clarification. Since we agreed on the request, I didn't all recall or remember anything like that. Nothing was submitted. I figured this was pretty good evidence. I did ask Steve for clarification if we could, I asked Steve for clarification, just in case we're wrong. Can you set up an appointment with Randy and Andy so we can clear it up? Steve tells me he called and the request for a meeting was denied. Well, if the commission members won't meet when the mayor has a request to meet, how can we get things cleared up? It would have been very simple to get, if they would have said, for instance, in Detective Meidel, one of the things you will see in his report, he says initially when Andy made the complaint, he made the complaint that he wanted all emails, or I'm sorry, all text messages from Police Chief Rick Ramza and Scott Owen. That's not what's in the request. Not all, because if that's what it was, this would have been so simple to do. As Detective Meidel did, well then just get their phones and get the messages out if you want them all. But this is in relation to the request is what it's supposed to be. Additionally, there was a reference made that I blamed Matt Sutton for my phone issue. Nothing could be further from the truth. Matt in our IT department is incredible. He did help me with my phone in early 2020, tell me organize the phones on my email. You will hear, and he'll probably tell you, I'm not that tech savvy. So if I say something like it's wiped clean or something, I'm not suggesting in a minute that Matt did anything of the sort. That was not my intention. So I want to be very clear. I mentioned two names here, Steve Barg and Matt Sutton, and in no way, shape, or form am I placing any blame at all on them. They are merely involved in the process. We need to get back to running the city. We as elected officials need to get back to vision and what could be done to help everyone. The pressure on all of you over the last several months has been enormous. When does it stop? Are we just going to become the cancel culture and we'll just continue to have, I don't like this person, let's get them out? Is that what it's going to become? The city employees have been through enough. The citizens have been through enough. Our staff has been running ragged over the last 9 months with all the added work because of all of this going on. And there's no doubt about this. We all get together and we talk about budgets and we pinch where we can. We worry about, hey, do we need to buy a car this year? Maybe we can kick it off 1 year and we'll save $8,000 or whatever it is. Constantly looking for ways to save money. But let's be very clear. Over the last 2 years, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on investigations, reviews. Even this tonight is costing the taxpayer a fortune. All this spending is going on, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars out of one area of the city. One. That should have every elected official, because it's got my attention, it's got the taxpayers. One area. What we know for sure in ending is that one member of the Fire and Police Commission filed an open records request. It would appear that in putting that open records request, after he received it, he was getting help from city staff. I don't think that's right. If you are a commissioner, you should not be asking for help from a city employee because the average person out there doesn't have that luxury. When they went back, when that came back with no charges, it went through, had an extensive investigation that was very well done. Had a special meeting for a few days later and a complaint for the mayor to be removed. It appears the commission is very concerned with two things. Number one, who is on the commission? We don't have one other board, commission, or committee that has so much concern with who's on that board, commission, or committee. Not only are they so concerned with who is on that committee, because I've been dealing with this now for 2 years and you know it. Not only are they concerned now to control who's on the committee, now they want to control who's in that chair. And I think that control should be the control of the people, the citizens of Marshfield. In ending, I firmly believe the citizens of Marshfield have been through enough. The ultimate decision should be theirs, not the workings or the desire of a few people on a commission.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
If I may make a comment, the purpose of opening statement is to say what the evidence is going to prove. It's really not to argue. Both of you did a little bit of arguing. I know you're both lay people. The other thing I want to make sure I'm clear on, Mayor, is much of what you said came across kind of like testimony. We didn't have you sworn in. You still are going to have to prove that because you were telling us what the evidence would prove. Okay, so that the parties understand that's the process you have. Okay.
All right. Having heard opening statements, I will look to Dr. Keough to call his first witness.
I would like to make sure I understand. The witnesses, I question them, but the council members also have the right to question those witnesses, as does the mayor.
And it'll go in this order. First, it'll be you, Mr. Keough, Dr. Keough, then it'll be the mayor, then it'll be council.
Okay. Well, I would call Detective Meidel then as the first witness.
Detective Meidel.
He's in the other room. I'm sure he's
It'll take a
watching
minute.
it live, so
Okay.
he'll be here in a moment.
Detective Meidel? Please step over to the court reporter to be sworn in. Go ahead and have a seat here, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Before the detective starts testifying, both of the parties have in paper the exhibit, so you can look at it and ask questions on it. Okay?
When you say paper exhibit, you're talking about his report?
Yeah, his report, that document right in front of you.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, Detective Meidel, thank you for being here. I suspect you have other things you would rather have done on a Friday night, but
All right.
having you here, I'm grateful, and I think all of us are as well. Your report, by sort of necessity, is a summary of your experiences as you went through the investigation. I actually had a word running through my head this afternoon, and I tried to look it up, and it took me forever to find it. This is really what is called a précis, or a summary of what went on. I would be interested in knowing if there was anything that you experienced in the investigation that would add additional information or illuminate what's in the report that isn't written down.
Do you have anything specific?
Well, I'd be interested in knowing how it went when you asked to meet. Did you meet with the mayor?
Personally, no. I talked to him over the phone.
Okay. I would expect that you would want to meet with him. I mean, he's the center of all this.
That's correct.
Did you try and meet with him?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
When I contacted him by phone, he advised me he had retained an attorney. They advised us on an issue and that I could work through the attorney to set up a meeting. The correspondence I had with the attorney, no meeting was ever scheduled.
Why was there no meeting set up?
The attorney advised that they would accept questions in written form and that then they would respond within 60 days.
And for what reason didn't you take advantage of that?
Because I am not legally bound to follow those directions. I consulted with my district attorney, who agreed that in a criminal investigation, or in this instance, a forfeiture violation investigation, I'm not bound by the rules to have written questions, that I intend to meet with people with themselves or with their attorney present.
Okay. So you thought 60 days was too long?
I just wasn't going to do that. I offered to meet with both the mayor and his attorney several instances. They denied wanting to just have written questions, and I said I would not be doing that.
You indicate in your report that there was Steve Barg reported to you about an issue in another context, a different kind of issue, but that there were questions that were submitted and then answers are written out, and Steve went through those with the mayor. What in that was relevant to the issue of the open records request?
So the instance you're referring to occurred a few months prior to, where a citizen had written questions. Mr. Barg answered those questions, conferred with the mayor regarding that, and then issued those back to the citizen. In those line of questionings, it was asked if the text messages, just give me one moment here, I can actually cite it here. The question was, do we have a way to capture and store text messages? The written response given to that citizen, and that was conferred with the mayor, was no, but employees are required by city policy to maintain these records, subject to review by management. And this occurred in April 2nd of 2020.
And the point of that for Steve to you was what?
That this question that he conferred with the mayor occurred prior to the open records request by Randy. And as of the result of that, the mayor knew back in the early part of April that he was to maintain his own text message.
I see. As you listen to Steve, he reported to you of several either conversations, telephone conversations, or written exchanges between the mayor and himself. And you've talked a bit about those, but what did you take away from those exchanges?
Are you referring to the exchanges regarding this open records request or the one prior?
Either one or both.
I can't really speak to the prior one. The only thing I know was the questions and the answers. The open records request, which we're here today, I believe there were several correspondence by email and by phone requesting the text messages from the mayor. The mayor initially, I believe, stated that the city would have all that information on file. Eventually, Steve, I believe it was over by telephone, told him that he was required to maintain those records himself.
And the purpose of the exchange with a citizen about another issue was to demonstrate that the mayor had been told specifically before the open records request that he was responsible.
Correct.
Thank you. You know, being an amateur, I am not sure what else I might ask of you. And I think Mr. Kelney's going to tell me I can't say, is there anything in this report that I've not asked about that you think it's important the council know about?
Is that a question for me?
No, I'm expecting you to say no.
Well, I'm not going to say no to that question. I don't know how easy it's going to be for the detective to respond to it. You have an exhibit right in front of you.
Yep.
Are you planning on going through that exhibit?
Not, I had not intended to. One of the things I make an assumption about in this environment, as well as environments in my past, I shouldn't think of the council members as students, but they've had the exhibit. They have, I am assuming, all read it. I'm assuming that their copy has marks on it where they're going to ask questions, and I'm not sure it's all that important. If they have things they don't understand or want to know more about, I would like them to be the ones to question the detective, not me. I don't know what the council thinks about that, but
Do you
Mr.
have any
Conley?
further questions?
I'll say no for now.
Okay. Mayor?
Detective Meidel, I believe we did only speak once on the phone.
That's correct.
And I believe when we spoke, I let you know that I did talk to an attorney.
That's correct.
That I would like to talk to you, but I've got to take his advice, so I wanted to call him.
That's correct.
Is that your recollection as well?
Yes, is that I was to work through your attorney, which
Yeah.
right. Yep.
Do you find in what you do that it is common for people to take the advice of their attorney?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. That's okay. Fair enough, because that's exactly what I was doing, was following the advice of my attorney. And so there was nothing there to hide because we would have answered any questions. I do just have a couple of questions for you on your narrative report. He said, Randy informed me towards the end of April 2020, he submitted an open records request to the city of Marshfield. The request was in regards to communication between Bob and Marshfield Police Chief Rick Ramza and Marshfield Fire Chief Scott Owen Sr. concerning operations and finance. And you note later on that it was further than that. Is that correct?
Correct. The initial part with that open records request was a conversation I had when I first was assigned the case. to talk to Randy. That's before I had any information. That was the initial phone contact with him, and that's what he relayed at that time.
Right. And then just my final question, I don't know if you, but once you do your work and then you send it to the DA or whatever, if you hear back on that, or if you're in your role as a detective, then do you confer with the DA and collaborate on this is what I saw or whatever, or do you just package up your information and send it for their review?
So in this case, I conferred with my district attorney, which is Louis Malewski Jr. I sent everything to him. He was in contact with the Wood County DA, who then decided to take the case. So then the case file was shipped to Wood County. I had not talked to him, and I do not know the status of the. I don't follow cases once they get to that point because I have 4 or 5 other ones that I need to work.
So then you confer with your DA, my guess would be Portage County.
Yes, sir.
And then that DA confers with the Wood County because we're in Wood County.
That's what happened in this instance, yes. If this was an incident that happened, a criminal instance, I would confer with my district attorney and only him, since that's his
Okay.
jurisdiction.
And so after your investigation, which appears to me to be very thorough with everything, you discuss that with your DA. Your DA confers with the Wood County DA, and then their determination after going through your investigation and their knowledge and everything, they confirmed that legal action is not warranted. The state cannot prove any arbitrary and capricious violation of the submitted open records request. Had you heard that, or is that,
No.
You don't follow it?
I do not follow it, no.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Before the council asks a question, Mr. Keogh's questioning was based on a misconception. The council only got the exhibits tonight, correct? Right, council members, you have not seen the exhibits?
The initial report, which was included with the complaint, was given out to the council members. So they saw the report. They did not necessarily see the facts.
Correct. And as that is the basis, one of the bases, and it's a stipulated piece of evidence, I think we should at least review that document so the folks are in a position to ask questions about it. So I would ask the clerk to please open complainant's exhibit number 1 and go to the first page. That's the page I'm talking about, so that the council knows what's in there. Nope, you had it before, the spreadsheet. Can you see that on the?
Yes, sir.
Can you go through and explain to me what that spreadsheet is and generally what was in that document?
Yes, sir. So object number 1 is the report. The incident report is my summary report on the steps that were taken, the people that were interviewed. Number 2 is the DA review. So once I complete my report, I hand it to an electronic version. It's submitted. This is just a standard form stating that I'm sending it to the DA's office for their review. I don't put a charge on it. I just say, I want you to take a look at this. You tell me what you think. Number 3 is the letter. I believe there's several correspondence between the mayor's attorney and myself regarding setting up a meeting and or the written correspondence. Number 4 is the City of Marshfield policy and procedures that I was handed by Administrator Barg. Number 5 is the request, is the original records request from Randy Gershom, the actual document that he submitted to the city. Number 6 is evidence. This is the correspondence with John Nicolay. This is what was referenced prior to where the questions were submitted and that Steve went over the open records as far as the mayor maintaining his correspondence prior to this open records request. Number 7 is just a document, I believe, from the city. I'd have to actually look at it. I believe it's attached lower. Number 8 is phone summary of the mayor's city phone. I believe it's a printout from the actual cell company regarding calls, number of text messages. There's no message content, just that he had 10, 20, however many text messages in that given time period. Number 10 is a document regarding the cell phone extraction that the city of Marshfield completed on the mayor's phone. Those records were emailed to me. Number 11, I believe, is also the same thing. Number 12 is media slips. When I talk to people over the phone or when I have a meeting, I usually have a digital recorder going. So that is just that actual a voice document, so you can actually listen to the interview. And then number 13 is the Portage County, we have a e-file system, so everything's electronic. It's sent over electronically. Wood County, I don't know what system they have, but our system wouldn't talk to it, so we had to actually physically print everything off and then mail it to Wood County, final document.
Thank you. For the council's information, all those documents are part of the exhibit and are available. We can put them on the screen if you would like to ask questions concerning them.
I was also instructed to provide a digital copy for the subpoena, so I don't know who the clerk wants it. At some point, the exact same stuff.
Exact same document.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I don't think we need yours. Okay, any further questions, Mayor? Anything you'd like to ask?
No, sir.
Anything from you, Mr. Keel?
No, I guess I kind of wish I'd known that the council had not had time to work through this before now.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how many of you have had an opportunity to actually read Detective Meidel's report. Because if they have not, makes it difficult to move forward.
They should have all received a copy of it electronically via email, so I believe everybody has had the opportunity to read
Okay,
the
that's
summary report only, not the attachment.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, normally what would happen is the witness would be asked to explain the different items that are in the exhibit. And I think we were expecting a little bit of that to happen.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to do that if that's what you think would be helpful to the council.
Well, I think I remind you, the burden is to produce some evidence to show that it's true. You talked about what you thought, just like the mayor talked about what you thought the evidence would show. You got to kind of show what the evidence would show. There was a conversation with Steve Barr. That's somewhere in these documents, right? Ask the detective about that. Just kind of walk through each of the documents.
Yeah, Jim, it's, I understand that it's not very smart or appropriate to get in a adversarial relationship with the attorney who's running things. But it reminds me of when my wife had a stroke and the doctor sat across the bed from her and said, "Do you want the blockbuster shot or whatever?" And I said, "I don't know." And he gave me all of the negatives, including death. And I said, "What would you do if you were in this situation?" He said, "Well, that's up to you." Well, I told him, I don't have a medical degree. I didn't do an internship. I didn't do a residency, and I don't have 30 years of experience. And you're telling me I'm supposed to decide how to do this? Well, I have the same feeling right now. I'm not, and I said it at the beginning. Neither the mayor nor I are trained attorneys and really have no experience in doing this. And so without direction from you, it's going to be very difficult for me to move forward.
Mr. Calney, can I say something?
Yes.
In all of the hearings and all of the letters, the correspondences that you sent to us, you made it very clear that the complainant has the burden to show the proof. The complainant has to know what the complainant has to do. I don't, and I think that because that's what I've been under the understanding on, is that was what it is, because multiple times we've been on the phone and you've said that and you have it in writing. I don't think this is the time where the person that are making charges to remove a mayor would ask for everybody else to help. Because that is not within the four corners of everything that passed.
Well, we're a little outside of the four corners of the complaint, certainly.
It would
my
seem,
point-
Mr. Kelly, it would seem to me that much of what the mayor has said so far is far beyond those four corners.
Yeah, and I recognize you're saying it's beyond the four corners of the complaint. There's some question about relevance of a lot of what the mayor said. I recognize it. The issue right now is getting in front of the council the information they need to make a decision. If you recall, and if you look at the letters, Mayor, I also say these people have a duty to investigate this thoroughly. So they are in a position to ask questions concerning this document and have it clarified.
They are, you're right. And the way that you stated to this on several occasions is that Dr. Keogh would present his case. I would present my case. And then at that time, the council then they would be given the time to ask questions. That was my understanding. I didn't, because that's what we've always said. So I did not think that at this time we would bring the council in to ask questions, because that has not been the understanding that we've had.
Well, I think if you look in all the documents, it says that after you're done asking questions, the council can ask questions.
Absolutely.
Okay, then okay.
So my question is, Mr. Keogh, do you have anything else to offer the council to act as the basis for your charges?
In this way.
From this witness? I recognize you're going to be calling other.
It seems to me that the first thing I said about Detective Meinl's testimony was, is there anything beyond what's in the précis of your investigation that you think would be helpful to share with the council? That was my recognition that the council could read the damn thing and would have some interest beyond simply what's in the printed paper. And that was intended to be an opportunity for you to share other things. You know, when you write this up, there's a whole lot of stuff that doesn't get written into it. You can't write down every experience you had. Would you share with us any experiences you think might be relevant that are not written down in the paper?
Why do you keep saying that are not written down? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Because I believe these people are capable of reading.
Could I answer?
Yes, please.
So my experience as a law enforcement officer and testifying numerous times in front of jury trials and all sorts of crimes, from OWI to homicide. Sorry. It appears to be, yes. Okay. In my experience, law enforcement officer testifying in court numerous times, if it's not in the report, it didn't happen. I don't testify to things outside of my report. I don't do that because that's what I was trained to do. If it's in the report, it happened. If anything I didn't put in the report is not relevant to the case. So I can't answer the question because that's not how I am trained and how I operate, unfortunately.
Mr. Calney, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When the complaint came in from Mr. Keogh, the first one on the 25th, I think, and the next one on the 28th, in his complaint, he also had a copy of the report, I believe. And so the council has had that since the very beginning. And so they've had that. They've had time to review that. It's not as though they just got it tonight and are reviewing
You are-
it. They've had that for
You are
some time.
correct. As I mentioned before, all of the council members have had a copy of the summary report. The additional items listed number 2 through 13 on the screen have not necessarily been in their hands, so to speak, but definitely the summary report has been. So yes, they've had opportune time to review that summary report.
Thank you.
Do we want to have the council ask questions then, or?
Yes, I suppose
Okay,
we're.
so
at
if
that
there's
point.
nothing else from Dr. Keough,
Yeah, I think it's appropriate for the council to begin questioning the witness.
and nothing else from the mayor?
No.
Okay. Any council members with any questions? Mr. Paschal?
Thank you, Mr. President. Detective, did you find any direct evidence that the mayor had destroyed any records?
That he himself destroyed?
Yes.
No.
You said you only spoke to the mayor on the phone. So do you have any information that he lied to you about destroying records?
Conversation with the mayor over the phone was very brief. It was asking to set up a time to meet. He advised he had counsel and that I should work through them, and that was the entirety of our conversation.
So I would say that my third question was that then the mayor did not have an opportunity to lie to you about IT or blame them for anything.
I did not speak to the mayor about anything regarding the case, no.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else with questions? Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Detective Neidl, a couple of things that struck me about the report. But one of the questions that was asked by my colleague here just raised another one. He wanted to be very specific if you could say that the mayor himself had actually destroyed any records, and of course you cannot say if it was destroyed. What were
Very well.
Can
The
you-
last is that the mayor.
right? Okay. Now I'll have to remember where I was going. But no, of course, I don't think you had any physical evidence that the mayor actually did destroy the records himself. You had no reason to say that in your report. The question is, were there records missing from that report, or was there evidence that there were records missing from that that were required to have been provided in the open records request?
Just so I'm clear, are you asking that in the investigation, are there missing messages?
Yes.
Yes, there are. And I believe the IT personnel can talk to it further since they did the actual examination. The information I received from them was that there were no text messages prior to July 22nd of 2020. All messages prior to that were deleted by the mayor or by somebody that had access to his phone. They informed me that the phone had not been wiped because there was information on that predated that, all going back to March of 2019.
Okay. The other thing that struck me when I read the report the first time through was there's a paragraph, when you get towards the end of the report, there's the paragraph that, two paragraphs to the end there. One is talking about the phone contact you had with Bob. I assume that's the mayor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he informed you that he was represented by Attorney Strickert. And then you got in touch with Attorney Strickert, and Attorney Strickert notified you that the mayor would not be meeting with you personally, but he would be happy to answer any questions as long as they were in writing, and he would answer them within 60 days. Is that the number?
That is correct. Those actual correspondence are part of the exhibit as well.
Right. And then I think the bottom line here was that you said that you weren't going to be writing any questions. And then you said that this case will be forwarded to the district attorney's office for their review. And then the rather cryptic ending, nothing further. By the time you had called the mayor, you had already discussed this with, I think, DA Malewski.
Yes, sir.
You had discussed this case, and Dave Malevsky had said that on the surface at least, that this seemed like a case of a simple forfeiture. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be wise to say that if they were assuming that it was a simple forfeiture, they didn't want to spend multiples of 60 days waiting for answers for questions? Would that be a fair statement?
Are you asking why we didn't do the 60 days?
Yes.
Because that's not how I operate my investigation. I don't do that.
No, I don't, did the DA feel that was?
DA felt too that that's not how we operate.
Thank you. I'll reserve the right to talk again, but thank you for your help, sir.
All right. Any other council members with questions for the detective? Mrs. Spiros.
Thank you. I'm going to remove my mask. Detective Meidel, how long have you been a detective?
A detective, eight-ish years.
Okay. Can you tell me who and how you were contacted to open this investigation?
Sure. I was contacted by Mike Lucas, the sheriff of Portage County. He was then contacted, it's kind of a chain. He was contacted by Sheriff Becker from Wood County, who was contacted, I believe, by the assistant or interim chief of Marshfield PD. And that's how it got to me because of conflicts of interest. It started in Marshfield and it worked its way to myself.
Okay. And the assistant or acting chief was Pat Zepps, or is Pat Zepps. Do you know who contacted him regarding this?
I do not.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, can you tell me who all you interviewed?
I believe it was Steve Barg. Can't think of his name. The attorney for the city.
Wolf Graham?
Yep, Wolf Graham. Mr. Sutton, the fire chief, Owens. And I believe I attempted, obviously Randy, a phone interview at the initial part. I believe that was it.
Okay, you didn't talk to our IT director at all yourself?
I believe I had email correspondence, but I don't know if I actually talked to him directly, no.
Okay, can we talk about that email correspondence? Is that in the attached documents?
I believe it is.
Can we have that brought up on the screen?
Looking at your spreadsheet, which would that be?
I don't have it right now. Maybe towards the bottom.
Can you get to Exhibit 9? It's probably 9, 10, or 11.
I think
Is this the document?
no.
Might just make more sense for you just to go through and summarize each of them while they're on this.
That's kind of what I was going to have him do when you got them up.
I believe so, yes.
So in particular, if you can kind of go through these documents, and I'm assuming that most of the conversation you would have had with Eng would have been in regards to determining how many text messages there were, or how many were possibly missing. Is that a correct assumption?
Correct.
Okay, so if you can kind of go through this, and then if you can summarize your understanding of what Mr. Eng told you.
So this is just him sending me the PDF. I believe I sent him, you'd have to go lower. I don't know if there's actually another message or if I was in contact with Steve Barg over the phone. This this right here is just, Eng will probably be able to explain it better, but this, I believe, are the messages that he recovered from the mayor's phone as they're dated 7/22/20. And I was informed that there's no messages earlier than that. Again, these are just more messages. So Eng told me, again, through email or through Steve Barg, that going through his phone, and again, he's gonna have to explain how he does that, there were no text messages present that were earlier than July 22nd of 2020. However, he found other data on the phone, and what data, I don't know. Eng will have to say that, but it was from March of 2019. So that indicated to Eng, and again, this is kind of hearsay, he'll have to testify to this, that the phone was not wiped, because if it was wiped, everything would be gone.
Okay. So if we go back a couple of pages and we've seen that those messages, they all look like they were received messages, but we don't see replies.
I can't, as far as, so what's your question?
So are the replies missing, or was this just, were you just asking for received messages?
You have to ask. I don't know. I asked for any messages, and this is what I was received.
Okay.
I wasn't part of the download.
Okay.
I was not part of the phone download.
Okay. So when you stated in your report, you said that there were, I believe it was
73.
Okay, 573 text messages. Were those text messages you were able to see?
No, those were, if you would go up, those are from the monthly statements from FirstNet and Verizon.
Okay.
On there, it had number of MMS, number of SMS messages.
Okay, and you were able to determine that I don't have the numbers in front of me, 177 of them were with Fire Chief Scott Owen.
I believe 172 were with the police chief.
172 were the police chief?
Yes, Mr. Owens had very few. When I came to interview him, he had them all printed out, which is attached to this.
Okay.
I can't tell you a number, but it's probably around 20.
Okay. Did the focus of your investigation center solely on the mayor's city-issued telephone or phone? Or did it include his personal phone also?
It included his personal phone. However, a search warrant I was in the process of drafting a search warrant when I was consulting with my district attorney. At that point, the case information dictated that it was not a criminal matter, it was a forfeiture matter, so a search warrant was not applicable. So his personal phone wasn't available to be seized. However, I contacted Steve Barg and advised him of that fact and said that his city-owned phone is owned by the city and that they had every right to take it and download it themselves.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you speak at all to, you said you did speak to Fire Chief Scott Owen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to speak to then Chief Gramza at all?
No, I did not speak to Gramza. He was under investigation, obviously, as we all know. I contacted the city of Eau Claire, the detective that was handling that case, regarding the text messages.
Okay.
Since that was due to the fact that his phone was in their possession already.
Okay, got you. Okay, that makes sense. Let me see here. I want to make sure I have everything answered. At the conclusion of your investigation, did you feel that Mayor McManus had done something wrong?
As far as the violation of the forfeiture, It's not really my call. I just get the information forwarded on. I don't make that call.
Okay. But you did present it to the district attorney. Can you tell me why?
I presented it. I consulted with my district attorney. He advised me that he believed it was a violation, a forfeiture violation. That's why I sent it to him for his review. He was in contact with the Wood County DA who wanted to take the case, so then everything was shipped to him since it was his jurisdiction.
Got you. At the end of at the end of other investigations, if you feel that there's no wrongdoing, do you consult a DA always?
Always no.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Fisher,
I'm going from memory here, but I believe item 6 in this was the correspondence that the mayor gave to John Nicolai. If we could get to that, I believe it was 6.
Yes, I think you're right. I'm looking. Unfortunately, I can't twist mine. Now, Nikolai, it looks like that is looks like it's 5 or 6.
Okay, this is the email that you were referencing earlier about John Nicolai. Can you tell me why was this information obtained and crucial to the investigation?
It was, how it was obtained was Steve Barg presented it to me when I had the meeting with him regarding this. If you scroll down, I believe it's number 6, question number 6.
There you go.
Yes. Do we have a way to capture and store messages? No, but employees are required by city policy to maintain these records subject to review by management.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, this was an email sent from the mayor to John Nicolai, and item 6 was a response from the city stating that they do not keep text messages, correct?
Correct.
What was the date on that email?
If you go up, it'll tell. This is April 2nd, 2020.
All right, thank you.
anything further? Okay, any other council members with questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This refers to the incident narrative, the last, second to the last paragraph. When the mayor was asked to come in for the interview, he said that he was represented by Damon Steckert. When you contacted Damon Steckert, he said, Damon replied that any questions would have to be submitted by fax to him, correct? To the mayor?
By written letter, yes.
Okay. It also states that, Damon states that the mayor was willing to cooperate with the investigation. Do you find it unusual that if someone wants to cooperate with an investigation, that he would not want to meet with you in person to answer questions regarding that investigation?
Can you repeat that?
Or
Can the
the
reporter?
question is that if someone states that they are willing to cooperate with an investigation and at your request does not come in to meet with you in person, do you find that that is unusual? That a person that's willing to cooperate but will not meet you in person, is that unusual?
When dealing with attorneys, no. I don't mean to offend any attorneys here, but they always say they want to cooperate.
Go ahead.
So when I usually meet with an attorney and a client, it's a stalemate. It's more, they're asking me questions to see what I have. So I'm not surprised by this response by the attorney. I am probably sincere that the mayor had no idea the correspondence going on, possibly, I don't know. I'm not surprised at all. This is the attorney's tactic to say we are cooperating even though we're not cooperating. So this is, dealing with attorneys, this is a regular occurrence for me. I'm not surprised.
Yes,
Oh.
Mr. Bergander.
Thank you. So you mentioned a tactic, okay? So it's a tactic not to cooperate? Is that what you're saying?
In my experience, it's a tactic not to cooperate by what appearing to cooperate. That's my
Okay.
experience.
Okay.
They want
So,
to show they're cooperating, but they don't want to give you any information. They don't want to tell you anything.
okay. I don't quite understand that, but it is what it is, I guess. Thank you.
All right, any other council members with questions? Seeing none, then I guess we will see if there's any cross questioning. So Mr. Keough, or sorry, Dr. Keough, did you have any questions to further clarify anything that was requested or questioned?
No, I do not.
Okay. Mayor McManus?
No.
Okay. Then at this time, I think we'll let you step down, but keep in mind that you might buy you back. So
Like future tonight or?
probably not.
Probably not tonight.
Monday or Tuesday.
I don't know, unless somebody, Mayor, do you think you're going to need him again tonight? Mr. Keough,
Say that again, please.
do you think you're going to need to call
I do not think so.
Okay.
any council members?
Not tonight. All
We're
right.
going to have to keep you on.
Have a good evening.
This
Thank you. Dr. Keough, who would you like to have next?
Steve Barg.
All right. Steve Barg, please step over to the court reporter to be
Thank
sworn
you.
in. Oh, Steve, court reporter. Dr. Keough.
Thank you. Mr. Barg, there is a whole, you have read the detective's report.
I have.
There's a whole sequence of responses and emails and so on. Do you have that report with you?
I do.
I would like you, if you can, without getting in too deeply, to begin going through it with, let me see what paragraph that would be. On the first page, the third paragraph, Randy said he knew for a fact. You heard then from Randy that he had received no texts from the mayor.
I apologize. I thought you were referring to the incident report narrative from Detective Meidel. Are we looking at another document?
No, we're looking at that, and it'd be the fourth paragraph. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking at the third paragraph. And what was your question?
You heard from Randy then that there were no text, that Bob had provided no text messages.
That is correct.
That's the first time you were aware of that?
Well, I knew that he had not provided text messages. Randy indicating that he knew for a fact that there had been text communication was something I had not heard before then.
Okay. And according to Randy, Bob lied to the city administrator. Where did that come from? Had you talked with Randy and suggested that the mayor had lied, or how?
No, the mayor had indicated to me that he did not have any text correspondence with the police chief or fire chief. And as I recall, Commissioner Gershman was indicating that he knew that not to be true because he was aware of text messages involving the mayor with those individuals.
Did you ever share that knowledge with the mayor? Did you say to the mayor, no, wait a minute, I'm certain that you did text messaging with.
I challenged him at various points, and I'm looking at my own notes right now, with did he not have some text communication with those individuals, given that he had reported to me that he had not. I did not directly say that I had an individual, specifically the person making the request, indicate that he had proof of that. I think, challenged the mayor a couple times as to whether or not he had some text correspondence.
And how did you challenge him?
Well, for example, I'm looking at my own notes now, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm reading from my notes, actually. Sometime during the week of July 20th, 2020, I received a call from the requesting party, that being Randy Gershman. He stated that he had strong reason to believe that the mayor had in fact engaged in texting with one or more of the individuals referenced in his open records request. I contacted the city attorney, and he stated that I should follow up with the mayor again, this time sending a very direct email in which he is asked to either confirm in writing that he has not had such electronic messages with any of the parties referenced in the open records request, or that he should locate and provide these records. That was probably, as direct a challenge of that nature as I posed.
And that's basically the email that we've seen in exhibit and.
Correct. That email was sent on July 27th, which was Monday of the next week, after it had been kind of refined, if you will, with help from the city to make sure that it was said in an appropriate and, correct manner.
Okay. And after that, there was a telephone exchange between you and the mayor? Actually, several of them?
Yeah, I called, again, I hope it's okay if I'm reading from my own notes. These are notes that I actually shared with Detective Meidel when we met with him in August. When I called the mayor, he said that he had seen my July 27th email. He had not responded in any way at that point. That had been 4 days. He said that he had no such documents with respect to the fire chief, but he did acknowledge that he had done some limited texting with the police chief, but he no longer had those records.
And what happened subsequent to that?
Well, about a week later, the mayor called me at home after reading an On Focus online article. This was on Thursday, August 6th of 2020. The article stated that a criminal complaint had been filed against him. And I noted in my notes, for the first time that I could recall, the mayor suggested that the city would have all of his records. And I responded that this was only true of his emails, which I believe I'd stated previously, going back to the starting point, if you will, of the open records request, which is why I was specifically looking for records outside of emails.
And do you remember the mayor's response?
Well, what I have is the next morning on Friday, August 7th of 2020, I arrived at work to find an email, which I believe you have in your packet, sent at 7:11 a.m. that day by the mayor to me, expressing his belief that the city has all of his records and should be able to respond to any requests. But if I can continue,
Yeah.
Later that day, in a follow-up phone conversation with the mayor, I asked if he could provide a record of texts now that he understood that the city does not have these records, and he replied that this was no longer possible. And that's when he advised that he brought his cell phone into City Hall to be looked at by the city's IT staff. And I believe you've talked already in this hearing about some of that conversation.
I don't think we talked about it quite the way that we need to. So he said he had brought his phone into the IT staff and he could no longer give you his records because of that visit?
Correct. Again, going from my notes, he said in order to resolve the issue that he was experiencing, that Matt, who is Matt Sutton, one of our technology technicians, had to wipe the phone clean and do a total reboot.
And after that, what occurred that's relevant to this?
Well, I found that to be surprising because I know from my interactions with our technology staff that that type of thing, wiping a phone clean and doing a reboot, is pretty uncommon. In fact, it was confirmed to me what I really thought I knew by the IT staff, that the only time we wipe a phone clean normally is prior to reissuance to a new employee. That's after it's been surrendered by one holder of the city-issued cell phone, and it's about to be turned over to a new holder.
And in the report, you apparently held a conversation with the mayor about this. He reported that Matt had wiped his phone clean. You got a hold of Matt. Did he come into the room?
No, I don't know if I saw him in person or talked to Matt by phone. It was not long after my conversation with the mayor, because I was taken by his response. And Matt told me that he did nothing beyond simply helping him organize his emails more effectively. He said that the mayor had come to him and said, is there a way you can help me to better organize my emails on my cell phone? And Matt did that. It took maybe 5 to 10 minutes, but he did nothing beyond that service. And that he did not do anything that would have in any way wiped information from the phone.
So we have a situation where text messages particularly are missing from the mayor's phone. His explanation was that Matt wiped it, and then Matt denied that the wiping occurred. Matt said he helped him organize his emails, but did not wipe the phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the mayor's phone is absent records that should have been reviewed for turning over in the open records request. Is that correct?
That he should have turned his phone over to the city for?
No, what I'm saying is that there are records now missing that should have been reviewed to determine if any of them were applicable to the open records request. Is that correct?
Presumably, yes. By him, if not us, but presumably, yes, that those records, which should have been there, no longer were.
Again, this is a précis report. Is there anything that the council should hear from you that's related to this matter that I've not asked you about?
Well, let me, if I can expand on my last answer, if that's okay. At this point, I had not seen the mayor's phone. So when I say presumably, on this date in August of 2020, I didn't know it was on the phone at any point, previous, current, whenever. So when I say presumably, if records had been missing, that would have been the possible reason. As far as other things that this group should know, this should be discussed at this hearing, really, I think it'll be probably covered more by technology staff later, and those were the incidents of September. That's at which point we did secure the mayor's phone, and they did have a chance to take a look and see what was there at that time. And that goes back to the conversation that Detective Meidel had with you earlier about that led to the emails that I believe Councilmember Spiros asked to be looked at as far as what was found on his phone at that point. That would be the other relevant point to this discussion.
Between the time, excuse me, of the open records request and the time that you gained possession of the mayor's phone, how long was that?
That would have been just short of 5 months. That would have been from April 24th of 2020 to September 21st of 2020.
That's about what I had figured. So for 5 months, the records on the mayor's phone were in his possession and not yours.
That is correct.
Why did you delay 5 months before acquiring the mayor's phone?
Well, initially, when the mayor reported that he had not done texting with these individuals, I had no reason to doubt that. In fact, that's not the only time I've ever heard someone say that. And, we trust in people to self-report. We don't necessarily ask for the phones of everyone right from the get-go. The reason we ultimately asked for the mayor's phone is because we had serious questions about whether or not texting had occurred that was not being reported. I mean, that may not explain the length of time that you're questioning, but it explains why, for at least a fair period of time, we weren't doubting or seeking. The doubt probably came in at the point in later July when Commissioner Gershman reported to me that he had strong reason to believe that texting had occurred between the mayor and individuals such as the fire chief and the police chief.
Given all that's happened, do you feel can I ask that? Did the mayor lie to you?
The mayor told me several things along the way that were not accurate. That he didn't text individuals, that wasn't true. He did, that the phone had been treated the way it was by IT, which is not true. Those types of things. And I believe, he had knowledge, or should have had knowledge from what I can tell, that we don't archive texts. And that goes back to the ongoing dialogue that was referenced earlier with a citizen in our community who was very unhappy with the fact that we couldn't produce text messages that he was concerned about related to a development deal. And that had been discussed by this body, actually. And it ultimately led to the archiving service that we put in place earlier this year. But I believe he had knowledge of the fact that we didn't archive text. We didn't have that capability. So, those types of things are certainly misstatements. They're things that weren't true. Only he can account for whether or not he did so knowingly. But they certainly were statements that were not accurate.
You're really reluctant to use the word lie, aren't you?
Lying has an intent of intentionality. And when I look back at the efforts I made to get these records from him, and the fact that I believe I got 3 or 4 at least different stories about why they weren't being produced, and ultimately we didn't get them, I could come to that conclusion. I just generally don't attribute specific motivations or intent, but clearly he told me several things that were not true, and you could construe those to be lies if the intent was to hide information from me or from the public.
It seems to me that's the center of my complaint. And I really don't think I have any questions beyond that.
First of all, Steve, you've been testifying off your own notes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, have you had a chance to see those notes? Have you ever viewed them?
No.
Since you were testifying off them, he should be allowed to see them.
At this moment?
If we can make a copy for him, unless you don't want to, Mayor, you don't have
You
to
can make a copy and I'd get them later.
get them later.
Don't need
When I'm done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor?
Okay. Steve, you and I have had this conversation many times in relation to the open records request that was done. And we've talked about this, the third page basically, which is the one where it really asks for all, it does on the second page as well with the Marshfield Clinic Health Systems and the Marshfield Fire and Rescue Department. And then the third one is the Marshfield Police Department job function test, employee agreements, etc. And when you received this request, did you give all my emails during that time, or were they specific to the request?
What we do when we get open records requests, and I do this fairly commonly, is I take a look at what's asked for. I sit down or at least discuss with the IT person who'll be working on it what the keywords are they should be looking for in a search. We had a search once where we came up with 236,000 emails. Well, no one wants to read 236,000 emails, and just looking at the first few we saw, they weren't even anything near what the person would want. So with respect to the open records request made by Mr. Gershman, I immediately focused on keywords related to contracts, job function, whatever it is, and asked that those be the ones that they use on their search as they went into the IT system.
And so that's the way you handle it. And so if we were looking at emails, they would have to do with that, with what those keywords in that. Is that correct?
Correct.
So not just all emails during that time, but specific to this.
Correct.
Correct? Wouldn't that be the same format then for text messages? That would be we would use that same criteria on that text messages that are related to Marshfield Clinic Health Systems and the transport contract.
Well, with text messages, I don't believe that we have the ability to just search that way. What we would do is we'd have printed out all the text messages that you sent to John Doe, and then we would go through and see how many of the ones you sent to John Doe applied, as opposed to entering in the system on emails these keywords and only having the emails that apply to those keywords come up.
So you would send the text messages that actually apply to the subject. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if there weren't any, or there was no recollection of any that with this person on this subject, then there wouldn't be any text messages to send.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Because if the request said, as in when Mr. Gershman did his original request to, or did his initial talk with Detective Meidel, initially it said that he wanted all the text messages between the fire chief and the police chief. And that's different from what's in the request, because if it was something like that where they want to see all the text with the police chief and the fire chief, then I could simply, to fill the request, just do an open records request if I don't have them on those two, and then the request could be filled. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I guess, just to clarify, at the time that the text messages between you and the former police chief, for example, were provided to Detective Meidel, there was a different purpose. I think I've shared this with you. The purpose was that you had indicated at one point you didn't text at all with those individuals. And so the fact that these texts even existed was relevant. But in what you're saying in normal times, that would be correct.
But out of the 200, and the texts are in there so everybody can see them. Out of those, there might be only one or two that actually fit the request of what this request is. Would you agree with that?
I didn't, honestly, at the point that I sent those messages that you're talking about to Detective Meidel, I really didn't look at them that close.
No, but my point is, Detective Meidel did what we could have done. If the request came over that said, I want your text messages with A, B, C, then it would be incumbent on, I would have to do it if it was not on my phone. right? I would have to fill that. I
Right,
would have to do
correct.
my own open records request with city
Correct.
staff, and that would be very simple to do. However, I did not recall anything that would be on the subject of the request. So now the Detective Meidel did the right thing. He just said, give me the whole thing. But as you go through those and you look over and you see with one of them saying, hey, how about if we meet for lunch? The police chief and the fire chief, how about if we meet over here for lunch? That's not related to the request. So that wouldn't be then filled. So this is why if you have information that you believe is relevant, which I didn't, and in review of those text messages, at least with the former police chief, most of them are irrelevant. There might be one or two that would fit the request, which was my basis all along when I said I didn't do that much texting on that subject. We'll come back to that.
Well, if I can add though,
Sure.
you know, I'm not going to dispute that with you, but with all due respect, what you told me is that you didn't do texting with those individuals. That was your initial comment to me. It wasn't about whether it was about breakfast or whether it was about job function test. You indicated that you did not text those individuals.
But I had seen your open records request, so I hear what you're saying. I just want to make sure that everybody is clear, but we'll get to that. When did you become aware that the city had been archiving the mayor Facebook page?
I don't actually recall.
Do you remember when we met earlier this week?
Well, I know you told me that there was a time when we were in fact doing so.
Yes. Did you know about that before?
I knew there was a point where we had been, and then we got out of that because it wasn't something we felt was truly anything we controlled, nor should we be controlling the content and what you were doing.
So even though when I started as mayor, that's one of the first things that I was instructed to do is get it archived because it could be considered custodian of the mayor's record. That was the instruct. That's why we did it initially.
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember that conversation that well.
Okay, but that is what took place, and so that was taking place. Let me ask you, because I know we've now turned over the wipe things clean. If a computer goes down, let's say there's emails on the computer, and the computer goes down, and it's wiped clean. Aren't the emails still on the server? So even if something is, even if something is wiped clean, is being brought up, the information is still there and it's still gathered on the server. Isn't that correct?
Yes, if I went back to my desk right now and deleted emails, they're still in the system for someone to retrieve.
Right. Okay. The last thing then is when you and Hap did come in and ask for my phone, how long did it take me to turn over the phone to you?
Very little. You met us that afternoon.
You called me over and you said, can we have your phone? And I turned over my phone right there.
Correct.
Is that your recollection?
Yes, you came over on a Monday afternoon, met us, and turned over your phone to us, without any incident.
Without hesitation. Correct?
Yeah. You did it at that moment. We may have had some conversation,
right? But
you turned it over in that meeting.
And so just so I'm very, very clear, the text messages, so we're both reading this the same way, and you and I have discussed this ad nauseum. The text messages that are being requested, at least the way we both read it, is the text messages regarding these subjects. Is that correct?
Correct. That's my understanding of right. The intent.
So when we go through later and we go through former police chiefs' text messages, and you could see them all, I don't know, 180 or 190 out of, when we were talking about 1,100, that the number of 1,100 is an irrelevant number because it's not, we do not have 1,100 documents regarding this. Thank you.
Dr. Keough, any cross questioning?
Steve, the mayor makes the point that what counts are the messages, the records that relate to specifically what was asked for in the open records request. And you agreed with that?
I think you could determine that intent from what's read when you look at the categories that were being requested. You could at least make that argument.
All right. And is your understanding that there are significant numbers of text messages missing?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what is in those text messages?
The ones that, I mean,
Missing.
well, yeah, I mean, they're obviously ones that we secured from Chief Graham's phone or somewhere else, but you mean the ones that might be gone that we have no idea what they are or what they were about?
That's the point.
Yeah, it's pretty clear from what IT indicated that there's no text messages showing prior to July 22nd of 2020, and we have no idea what those may have been.
So we have no idea if they're related to the open records request or not.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. They could be.
That is correct.
Okay. But they're missing, so we will never know.
It's a fair statement.
And if there are text messages missing that were related to the open records request, that means that the citizens of the city of Marshfield or whoever are denied the opportunity to know what they are.
That is correct.
Yeah. I think that's my point.
Can I add one more thing?
You bet.
Because I want to come back to a previous point. I danced around an earlier question, you know, and I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, that I'm not here to judge the mayor, but unquestionably he lied to me. There's no doubt about it from what I've seen in the various instances in terms of the different stories I got. Someone else can judge his intent, but I danced around that word, and I shouldn't do that. I believe that I was lied to.
Thank you, Steve. I have nothing more.
Any further, Mayor?
Yeah, Steve, we really need to get this clarified. Because Mr. Keough is making the thing of, is if we don't see all of the text messages, then how do we know what's there? Which means on the same thing on this request, if they don't see every one of my emails regarding everything, which could be tens of thousands, much more than the 3,000 that they have here, how do they know if those other ones don't? That's why they put in the parameters of a request. And so if I do not recall talking to people about the job function test or the transfer contract, and so they are not there. And in review of former Chief Grams's, you can see, I don't know the exact number, 180 or whatever it is. There might be one or two that would fit the parameter out of 3 years. And so when you fill an open records request, you don't take a look at everything, because if you wanted to see everything, then it would simply put it in the request that way, and then it becomes incumbent on me if I have to do an open request to get those if I don't have them. So believe me, I understand we're having a serious conflict here on the fact of, I believe Dr. Keough thinks we should see them all, in which case then
That is
we
not,
didn't give everything here.
that is not correct. I don't think we need to see them all.
Okay, so you need to
I
see
think the pattern that,
Gentlemen,
well, hurry up.
I believe the mayor still has the floor at this time.
All right, go ahead.
So What we are talking about is the request. And we keep going back and forth with all of the text messages. If I don't believe that I have any that fit that criteria, then that is what would be given. All of the other text messages and everything else is a completely different subject. And I will ask you one final thing, Mr. Barr. Do you remember that I called you and I did talk to you and I asked you to set up an appointment with Randy and with Andy so that we could clear up? Do they want them all, or do they, or where are we at? Can we clear this up? Do you remember that request?
I do.
Did you make that request? Did you make that call to attempt to set up a meeting?
I did.
And what was the response?
They were not interested in that meeting. I will add, though, that the context of their not being interested in that meeting was, it was on the heels of a insight program you had done and made some comments about the PFC. So I'm not sure that the response was so much not wanting to talk about text messages or emails as much as it was an irritation with what you had said on insight. But yes, they did say they were not interested at that time.
I get that because there's
in a
been
meeting.
a lot of irritation with, sorry.
Okay. In meeting at that time.
So they denied the request for a meeting.
They said they did not want to meet with you at that time, correct? They were not interested.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify something? What's the time frame we're talking about that you've approached them?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have notes that suggest when that request came from the mayor. I do recall it. Maybe I have something somewhere else. It was earlier in the process than some of the issues we've been talking now. I would suspect perhaps earlier in the summer, but I honestly can't testify to an exact time frame on that.
You referenced an insight program, though. Any idea when that was?
I could look back. The mayor's spoken on Insight monthly, and issues related to the Police and Fire Commission have come up several times. I could perhaps find that, or some other note that would indicate when that was. I don't know sitting here right now.
Mr. Calmy, I believe for clarification, the criminal complaint was filed on August 6th, Thursday, August 6th. We still don't know where or how. Nobody knows where it's at or who got it. And nobody knows how the information got to the media. But the following Friday, on the first Friday of the month, the mayor always does the Insight show at WDLB. So I got notification of a criminal complaint Thursday evening, and of course they wanted to talk about it the following morning.
That being the case, it probably was in August, I'm guessing. And that would make sense, that my request to them on the mayor's behalf would have been shortly after that, what would have been an August 7th appearance on Insight.
Thank you. If it's read. Okay.
Do you want to redirect something, Dr. Keough?
Yes. Steve, if you feel or you believe that the mayor has lied to you,
Yes.
what is the effect of that on you?
It certainly puts me in an awkward position. If you think about what was going on, I was hearing from the commission member who felt he'd been wronged in terms of not getting the information he expected. I'm having conversations with the city attorney. There's a somewhat tenuous relationship at times between the PFC and the mayor in some sense. And I feel like I'm not doing my job as a records custodian to secure the records in question and deliver them to the requesting party, even though in this case I didn't have what were all the requested documents. So I felt like I was in a very uncomfortable position for a period of time, certainly.
Given that you stated that you feel the mayor has lied to you, is your trust in the mayor the same now as it was before all this happened?
No. It's a difficult time. I'm being totally honest. As I look at the various things that were discussed, whether we had all the text, which we didn't, or whether IT had done something with the phone, which they hadn't, those types of things, they take a toll.
And there's an old saying that lies are the destroyer of trust. And I think there is some truth to that. I really don't have any more questions, and I thank you. I thank you for being as forthright as you've been.
Anything, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Okay. I think we'll take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting here for over 2 hours, so we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene about 17, 18 minutes after, and then the council will have an opportunity to ask questions.
Where did Adam go?
All right, was there anything further from either Dr. Keough or the mayor for now?
No.
Okay. Council members, any questions for you? Mrs. Spiros?
Thank you. Steve, I'm going to try, I wrote out questions because I kind of followed the timeline of the report from Detective Meidel. So I apologize if some of these are repeats and make for clarification purposes. So you were first notified of the open records request on April 24th, 2021.
Correct. 2020.
2020, and you've previously commented that you spent over 5 months trying to fill that request completely.
Yeah, right. I submitted the last records in August, but we were still dealing with it in September, as we've discussed.
Okay. Does the city have a policy regarding the requirement for all city employees and elected officials to be the keeper of any electronic records related to city business?
We do.
Do you know if Mayor McManus is aware of that policy, and if so, how do you know that?
In October of 2019, and this is just one example, when the city updated its policy with respect to cell phone use, specifically the discussion about using cell phones at meetings. After that, the city technology director, Eng Ung, sent out a new copy to the mayor and all council members, alerting them to, again, to abide by all the different requirements, which included that you're responsible for management of your records.
Okay. So that is in addition to the email that we talked about earlier that was sent to a developer that also clarified that.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So you have kind of alluded to that there was some doubt, or you had started to doubt the mayor being truthful with you. What made you feel, what was the very first indicator that you felt he was not being forthright?
Well, I guess, I mean, the big moment was when Randy Gershman indicated that he had strong reason to believe that there were records sent, text messages to and from the fire chief and police chief. I suppose I questioned prior to that whether there'd been no contact with those individuals, but I had nothing to go on to demonstrate that he had any text communication with those officials at that time.
So you're basically saying you had some doubt when he told you that he didn't text at all?
Yeah, I mean, certainly he and I texted, and I questioned in my mind whether he had texted with the police chief and fire chief, for example, but I had no specific indication to the contrary. So I was continuing to walk through the paces, just trying to make sure that when I told the requesting party, Randy Gershman, that these were all the records, that I could feel comfortable as the person obligated to secure and provide them, that it was met, that I had done what I was supposed to do to fulfill that request.
Okay, and so when you started to sense he was not being truthful, was there a time, and you've kind of alluded to this, that you contacted City Attorney Wolfgram?
I actually talked with City Attorney Wolfgram a few times during this process, but specifically after that call I had from Randy Gershman in the third week of July, roughly, I did contact the city attorney and suggested that I had significant concerns as to whether the mayor had provided the text records in question that he possessed or should have possessed at that time, and asked for the city attorney's direction on how to proceed. What should my next step be?
And in subsequent contacts with Attorney Wolfgram, can you tell us the advice that he did give you to make sure that you were doing the right things?
He made it very clear, and I think that he will do so when he testifies himself here soon, that he urged me, in fact, pushed me to make every effort to secure records from the mayor if said records existed. Because again, under the open records law, we had an obligation to respond to the individual who provided that request, and that there seemed to be, doubt as to whether that occurred. So he was, in my conversations with him, he was continually encouraging me to keep pressing on until these questions were answered.
Okay, did he ask you to get any of that in writing in specifics?
He did, and actually, soon after that conversation with Randy Gershman, he and I talked several times, I believe, and he kind of fashioned a draft of an email that was ultimately sent in final form to the mayor on July 27th of 2020, which I believe is in your packet, very directly, very expressly indicating the need to comply and to verify that if he did not have any text exchanges within the scope of the request, he needed to make that very clear in writing.
And what was his response to that email?
He did not respond. I called him 4 days later and asked if he'd seen the email, and we talked. That was the point at which he indicated, he acknowledged that he'd done some limited texting with the police chief, but didn't have those records, and that he had no such documents with respect to the fire chief.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, he originally told you he had no texts, that he did not do that. And at this point on this phone call, he said he did not have them anymore. So he acknowledged there were texts, but he did not have them.
Yes, this is the first time, according to my notes, that he acknowledged that there even was text messaging between himself and the fire chief or the police chief.
Okay. I'm going to move on to just a clarification regarding the comments about Matt Sutton, because there seems to be some differences in opinion here on what was said. Can you recall exactly what he said to you about Matt Sutton and his phone?
Yeah, he indicated to me that, and again, I apologize, I'm going to read from my notes, and it doesn't mean I can't elaborate, but it does help me for recall. This was on August 7th, 2020, after the mayor had indicated to me that he brought his cell phone into City Hall to be looked at by the city's IT staff because he was having problems. And in order to resolve the issue, Matt Sutton, the IT technician, had to wipe the phone clean and do a total reboot. And that's a note I took for myself right at that time. And in talking with Matt later, he indicated, as I referenced previously, that the mayor had said he was having difficulty with his emails and that Matt helped him organize them more effectively and efficiently, but that he had done nothing beyond that.
And you said when you later talked to Matt Sutton, how long did you wait to speak with Matt after the conversation with the mayor?
Very little time. At that point, the mayor's story did not make any sense to me based on my understanding of how rare it is for our IT department to wipe a phone clean. It was my impression at that time, before I even contacted Mr. Sutton, that the only time that happened, barring some strange unforeseen circumstance, was when an employee resigned or retired, turned in their phone, and it was to be reissued to another employee or another person on behalf of the city. I couldn't imagine another circumstance where that would have occurred. That's why I contacted him. It was the same morning. It was within probably an hour or so at the most of the conversation with the mayor, as I recall.
So pretty immediately after.
It was that day, and it wasn't much later that day.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Eng during the months in which you were trying to fill the open records request? And if so, can you detail those conversations or at least summarize them?
The only conversations I recall having with Eng, and I believe I probably had it a couple times, was just to confirm that, in fact, the city did not have the ability to retain text messages, at which I knew the answer to the question because we talked about it before with respect to the developer that was mentioned previously. But I wanted to hear reassurance that, in fact, I wasn't missing something, that there was nowhere on our system that would have said records. But other than that, truthfully, I didn't probably talk to him a whole lot of time during this time. It was mainly an effort to try and secure what I believe might be text messages that hadn't been given to us.
Okay, so earlier the mayor had mentioned that once you delete an email, it's still captured on our server. But what you had just said about text messaging, since Eng said there was no way to capture it, if an email is deleted off of a city-issued phone, it is not on our server. Or it
No,
wasn't at that
if an
point?
email is deleted.
I'm sorry, a text
Yeah,
message.
a text message. Yeah, if an email is deleted off a city-issued phone, we still have it in our system. All emails are captured and they're archived, but until February of this year, if you deleted a text message off a city-issued cell phone, there was no way to recover it.
Okay, so deleted text messages off the phone are gone.
Correct.
That's it, okay. During the time you were working to fill the open records request, did you have any conversations with Chief Scott Owen? And if so, when did these occur and what was the context of these conversations?
I did at some point, and I don't have documented when, I did ask to see Scott's phone, and he voluntarily came in and did share it with me. And there were indications of text messaging and I believe Facebook messaging as well. Not a lot. I think it's been already stated here that it was not a huge volume, but I did get a chance to look at them and what Scott had on his phone at that time.
For clarification purposes, were you only asking about his city-issued phone, or have you spoken to Scott ever about his personal phone and text messages that might be there between him and the mayor?
That was only his city-issued cell phone.
Did any conversation occur about his personal phone?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Let me see. Do you believe the mayor's dishonesty or outright lying hindered or prevented you from your statutory duties to fulfill this open record request?
Yes, I do. This whole time period could have been averted if we'd been able to get the messages in question earlier, and therefore it certainly hindered.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the claim that the motivation behind the open records request is political. I want to make sure that we all understand. First of all, I'd like to clarify, was the open record request a legitimate request made by a Marshfield resident?
It was.
Okay, so despite the perceived motivation, the request for a legitimate request, you are obligated to fulfill it.
Correct.
No matter the motivation.
Correct.
Okay. Do you think Mayor McManus was cooperative with filling this open record request?
I do not.
Do you think he has a duty to do all he can to help you to fulfill these sorts of requests in a timely manner, even if he is the topic of an open record request?
I do.
Is it your opinion that the mayor was trying to hide things and his efforts hindered you from doing your job?
Yes.
Do you think his actions, including failure to respond, repeated changing of his story, and other sorts of misconduct, prevented you from fulfilling this open records request in a timely manner?
I do.
Have there been other times that you have had problems with the mayor in regards to trusting him or working with him?
You can slow down.
I talk fast. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just
Okay. Have there been any other times that you have had problems with the mayor in regard to trusting him or working with him? If so, can you give some examples?
Apart from this open records request?
Mr. Calney, can I object to that?
Is it irrelevant?
Yes.
We've gone a little outside of. I think I'll allow this.
Okay. Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I'm not saying never, but I don't offhand recall any specific times like that.
Okay. Do you think that you or any other staff have had to adjust the way you work or process things because of Mayor McManus?
Same objection.
Yes.
We're kind of going down a bit of a rabbit hole on
We
this.
can go past that. Okay, in regards to things the mayor has said in public on programs such as the Insight or Post-Council Conference, specifically in regards to this open records request, do you feel the mayor has misled the public at all in regard to this open records request?
I don't know if he's misled, but he certainly avoided the root question of fulfilling the request and talked more about some of the issues with the Fire and Police Commission and other political things than the actual request and the text specifically. He has generally not talked about that. He's generally talked about the picture beyond that as he sees it.
Okay. I think my last question, you have kind of already stated that you have had somewhat of a loss of trust with this mayor. I'm curious if you've ever had any members of the city staff or any members of this common council express that same sense of loss of confidence.
I've certainly heard a couple of concerns, and I've heard a couple of concerns certainly from members of this body along that line. I'm not sure I'm well suited to go into this. I prefer to just speak for myself, but certainly I'm in a political position and I hear others share concerns.
And I won't ask for details. It was just a yes or no. I'm done.
Yes.
Mr. Butke.
Man, I could have had 3 pages of questions here, but Mrs. Spiros, I think, covered them all. One thing I want to clear up, we talked about, Steve, when the mayor requested to meet with the PFC to talk about what emails, and they were concerned somewhat, was stated that they didn't want to meet because of the Inside program just before. Did the Fire and Police Commission members ever say they didn't ever want to meet, or was it they didn't want to meet at that time?
They didn't want to meet at that time. They were, I'll use the word stung by some of the comments made on the program about the PFC.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council members with, Mr. Bargander?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Question for Steve. You've been our city administrator for a number of years, right?
Since 2011.
Yeah, and you've worked with a lot of elected and appointed officials, correct?
I have.
Okay. Do you believe that do you believe that elected officials should be 100% truthful and transparent all the time?
I think that's critical.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to that request for a meeting. That you mentioned that we know that the commissioners probably felt, and we'll know more about this later, I think, but as we talk about some commissioners, but you said that you understood at times the relationship between the mayor and the commission was tenuous. Would that have, would you like to describe what you mean by tenuous?
I think there's been some friction for a while, different issues, probably going back to the beginning. Certainly the job function test has been, a topic out there. And I think there have been issues along the way where the commission and the mayor haven't seen eye to eye about different things, including how things are done and how things are conducted.
You're familiar with you've been around the city government for a long time, so you're familiar with Chapter 62 of 6213.
Yep.
With the duties of Fire and Police Commission. Do you?
I just couldn't do that last.
The duties of
The duties of the Fire and Police Commission, right? Okay. So basically, we have this strange thing called the special powers provision. Wouldn't that be a sort? Would you consider that to be a source of friction between the mayor and the commissioners?
I think to some degree, yes. And like you said, it's not the norm of most communities across Wisconsin that they have those optional powers that give them pretty much full control over the operation of the two departments. And yes, I would say that has caused some friction.
So there would be some natural friction if perhaps the Common Council or the mayor tried to assume control over the fire and police departments. Then is that correct?
Yes, I think the Fire and Police Commission is certainly watchful as to whether or not elected officials are trying to intervene in the ongoing operation of those departments, and that is a source of friction. And I've seen that.
You mentioned that there was one particular issue, and I think the mayor mentioned another one in his comments. He talked about a problem with police radios and things like that. And the mayor, I think, interceded in that, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly weighed in, and, I guess exactly whether he crossed a line or not is up to somebody else, but he had a very strong opinion. Another issue was staffing. I think the mayor felt very strongly about the fact that we ought to have more employees in the department, and there was a lot of discussion about that with the fire chief and others, and there may have been some friction on that topic too. Some of that is probably natural when people disagree, but it was there.
It's not necessarily anything nefarious. It's just basically the natural friction between a commission that has extraordinary, I think, powers and a mayor.
Yeah, I think most of it was, as you said, not that out of order. It's the mayor had strong opinions on things he felt passionate about. And, every once in a while you have to say, where's that line? What's his authority versus what's the Fire and Police Commission's domain? And I think those conversations, for the most part, probably weren't too far out of the ordinary.
And yeah, and that would mean that I guess the one control that a mayor would have would be in controlling the appointments to get his point of view across to the Fire and Police Commission. Would that be it?
Yeah, truthfully, the mayor doesn't have a lot of formal authority with respect to the Fire and Police Commission, but making appointments when terms come up would be probably the most significant one.
So if one party thought the other one was exceeding their authority, there could be conflict.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I address that?
You're going to be able to ask questions when we're done. The council.
We'll finish council questions and then you'll have a chance to redirect. All right. Any other, Mr. Fisher?
Thank you. I want to go back to this question, Steve. When did you first receive the notice of the open records request?
April 24th, 2020.
Okay. Was that open records request eventually amended?
It was.
And when was that?
I apologize, I don't have that date at this time, and I can get that for the council.
Yeah.
That came from one of the types of things I mentioned earlier, where the number of results or hits, if you will, on one of the points indicated was massive. And I confronted Mr. Gershman with that, and he agreed to reduce it so as to not go through a ridiculous number of emails.
So when you initially got the open records request, when did you notify the mayor of that open?
It was about a week after that. It was the first week in May. I have it down as May 5th, which may seem like a little while from April 24th, but had some discussion with, I believe, the city clerk and certainly with the IT staff about how to get our arms around what was truthfully a pretty large and significant open records request. A lot of the requests we get are of a smaller nature, and we're able just to hand them off to technology or whoever might have those records. This one was large enough to say we need to have a talk among our team and try and strategize how we were going to pull together the various elements. So I didn't get back to the mayor until May 5th when I discussed it with him and sent him a copy of it.
Was that through email or by phone?
I called him on May 5th. I discussed it with him. I told him that the IT staff would pull his emails, but I asked him to provide the remaining items in the request, which included text, Facebook messages, whatever, as the city did not have these items in its system. And then ultimately, later that day, I showed in my records at 1:20 p.m., I sent an email to him with that request attached and marking the items in question.
So I want to clarify, there was a phone call and then an email after.
Correct, the same day.
The same day. What was his response over the phone to that?
He indicated that he would have no additional records, including text, to offer in response. Basically telling us to go ahead and go through our system and provide what we had.
Would that have been prior to the amendment of the
Yes.
open records request?
Yeah.
So this would have been the initial open records request that was so large.
Correct.
Okay. How many correspondence did you have with the mayor about the open records request?
Again, I didn't document every phone call, but in looking at my notes, I actually went a period of time into early June before I followed up with him. And most of that time was simply working with IT staff to gather and go through the very large number of emails that we came across, and the mayor has already alluded to that with what's sitting next to him on the table as a demonstration. But then on June 8th of 2020, I contacted the mayor. I told him that he would be sent a notice. We call it a Woznicki notice, W-O-Z-N-I-C-K-I, you probably know it. Okay. Basically a modified version of that notice, which would give him 5 days to augment, to provide any records he might have into the system that would, perhaps explain records that would be, we would be finding. And then I followed up by giving that to him on June 16th. At that time, and actually both when I talked to him on the phone and when I delivered this to him on June 16th, he indicated that he didn't have any concerns with the records that we were going to release, and he wouldn't have anything to augment with.
So he stated that he did not have any records at that time.
Correct.
When or if, or how, when did that change? When did that statement change? Because you made a comment earlier that he made a change in his story.
Yeah, nothing really changed until, again, and I apologize if I'm repeating previous testimony, but when about July 20th, and my notes just say the week of July 20th, I think it was early in that week, I received a call from the requesting party, Randy Gershman, indicating that he had strong reason to believe that the mayor had in fact engaged in texting with one or more individuals referenced in the open records request. And at that time I contacted the city attorney. He stated I should follow up with the mayor, again, this time being very direct, and asking him to either confirm in writing that he had no such electronic exchanges, which I hadn't gotten anything in writing from him to that point, or that he should locate and provide those records right away.
So Attorney Wolfgram obviously advised you, as you just stated. How often did he advise you? How often did you talk to Attorney Wolfgram about this matter?
Prior to the week of July 20th, I'm sure somewhat, I can't really quantify that. Starting with the week of July 20th, I talked to him a fair amount. He was troubled by the fact that we now had the requesting party feeling fairly confident that records had not been provided. And again, he reminded me of our role as the custodian of records per se, that we needed to make sure we were doing everything we could to fulfill a valid open records request. And so from that point on, I know that the city attorney took a more active role in where this went. I'm not saying that I didn't engage him before July 20th, I did, but it became more significant when we had information from the requesting party that compliance had not occurred.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other council members with questions? Okay, seeing none, chance to redirect. We'll start with Dr. Keogh.
If I were to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if I were to sum up your testimony this evening, basically you said that you asked for records, got several responses that were different from each other, and ultimately learned that those records were simply gone.
Certainly the first part of your statement is true, that when I sought records, asked for them more than once, got stories that didn't add up, that weren't truthful and correct. As far as records being gone, we got records from other places from the fire chief's phone, from the police chief's phone that we didn't get from the mayor. What may have been on the phone prior to July 22nd of 2020, I don't really know. But I think the root of what you're saying, I would, at its core, say is true.
Does July 22nd have any specific meaning, any special meaning in regard to what we're talking about?
Well, July 22nd was in that week that I've been notified by the requesting party, Mr. Gershman, that he did not believe that the texts had been provided the way they should have been, because he had strong reason to believe that there had been texting going on between the mayor and some of these other individuals noted in the open records request. From my notes, I can't really tell if I reached out to the mayor during that week to talk to him. That would have been right around July 22nd. My next note suggested on July 27th, I sent the email saying, you need to either locate and provide what you have, or give us a written statement saying, I do not have any such records, to confirm what he had been saying.
And you never got that written statement?
I did not. I had the conversation I referenced on July 31st, where he indicated that he had done some limited texting with the police chief, but no longer had those records, and that he didn't have any documents with respect to the fire chief. The next thing I got from the mayor, actually in writing, which I think I mentioned, was on August 7th of 2020, the morning after the On Focus report about a criminal complaint against him. And in that email sent at 7:11 on August 7th, 2020, he expressed his belief that the city had all of his records and should be able to respond to any requests, which quite frankly, I found incredulous based upon previous interactions between the mayor and myself.
Thank you, Steve. I have no more.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to, Mr. Wagner brought up something where he talked about friction. And in regards, he brought up two specific things. One was staffing and one was radios. And I remember that after I had just been elected, I came to the following meeting, which was your last meeting of that one. And you kind of let me have it at that meeting when I was, what I ran on a lot is for personnel. In the fire department, what I learned while I was going through is that on average, they had 9 people on staff. Now, they were supposed to have 11.
Mr. Mayor,
but this is...
Make it a question?
Sure. A question?
Yeah. Or are you commenting?
I'm basically saying he questioned the friction. I'm explaining the friction. Is that?
We're starting to get a little too deep into the differences between the two. If you want to address it in your case, when you're presenting your case, that would make some sense.
Okay.
Did you have any questions for Steve for redirect?
I do, but they're along the same lines of the friction, because I do think it is relevant, and if it needs to wait until I do, then we can certainly.
Form it into a question.
If you have a question for Steve, go ahead and ask those questions of Steve.
Steve, it has been mentioned on that there is friction. Can I ask you, is, and the Fire and Police Commission members have optional powers, which is different. They're not, the fire department and the police department are overseen by them. Can I ask you, is, does a fire and police commissioner have the right to arbitrarily and independently go out and sign contracts committing assets and personnel without having a PFC meeting or common council? Is that appropriate?
No.
That's not. Would that be considered a violation?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to put it, the correct words on it, but
I do want to.
contracts as you suggested, for committing city personnel and resources for a period of time, in that case, more than 1 year even, in one instance, that requires approval by the Common Council. Absolutely.
Right. And I have others, but I know I would just belabor it because we've been in closed session to go over many of these items. So I have nothing further.
Okay. All right, then I guess we'll let you go, Steve, for now. Stay handy in case.
I will.
Dr. Keough, who would you like to have come up next? Sorry?
At Wolfgram.
All right, Mr. Harold Wolfgram, if you're in the
Yes.
building, you could please report to the chambers.
He's probably napping.
Council President,
Yes.
over here.
Oh,
Are we allowed to have a recess to discuss with the attorney some questions that we have beforehand?
I think, yeah.
More
we have it.
procedural.
Noticed it.
It's identified in our meeting notice that we may go into closed session to confer with legal counsel. So is that what your desire would be at this point?
Yes, I have some procedural questions that I want clarified.
Okay, then I would ask that everybody leave the chambers while we,
Oh, you should go through the whole
oh,
process.
sorry, yeah, so motion and second?
Motion
All
second,
right,
roll
sorry,
call vote.
first time on this. We have a motion to go into closed session by Mrs. Spiros, second by Mr. Wagner. Can we ask the clerk to do a roll call vote, please?
Fire,
Yes.
Facial,
Yes.
Rosendich,
Yes.
Bargander,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Witzel,
Yes?
Fisher,
Yes.
Spiros.
Yes.
Butke,
Yes.
Hendler.
Yes.
All right, we are in closed session. We'll let you, everybody know when we're ready to I know that he was in here. We kind of chewed him away, but. Okay. If you could stand in front of the court reporter to be sworn in, please. Yes, if we could please get the people in the lobby to quiet down. All right. Dr. Keel?
Thank you. Mr. Wolfgram, you've been in the other room watching the testimony.
Yeah, I've seen most of it, yes.
Yeah. When Mr. Barg gave his testimony, he indicated that he had consulted with you about the mayor's not providing record, and consulted with you about what to do and how to handle it and so on. Would you please describe to the council how that happened and what your advice was?
Yes. I guess I got to give a little bit of context to that. You know, I will say that, you know, we deal with a lot of open records requests at the city, and they can be fairly involved at times. And in this particular case, this is an unusual open records request that had been received. So I knew that it existed. I never saw really the subject matter of it. I won't say, I think Steve did provide it to me sort of on an informational basis ahead of time. But I don't think I ever really even bothered to look at the parameters. To me, it didn't matter that much. But I did know that it was going on. But it also was one that I think was unusual in the sense that you have one member that is at the same time, even though they may have been operating on a private basis. You know, Mr. Gershman was also a member of the PFC, so that's unusual. But in any event, where I ended up getting consulted, other than knowing that it existed and knowing that they were kind of working on it, at some point in time, Steve contacted me pretty concerned, I'll put it that way. He was definitely upset. It was one of these things where he's like looking for help. And the context of that was, at that point, what he described to me was the mayor told me that he doesn't text. And Randy is saying that, you know, that he really felt, or Steve really felt, that in fact, there was strong evidence that Randy may even already have these texts. From a legal point of view, that's concerning for me. Because, again, recognizing that there's politics at play, I don't care about that. What I care about is what I don't want to have happen is something where, you know, we don't provide a document, and then now I've got a new problem, and that's, you know, an action for not providing documentation. And it was Steve's response that was concerning. And I cautioned Steve, quite frankly, and I think anybody that knows Steve, he's not adversarial. He's very passive. And I warned Steve under the circumstances that, look, you need to be careful about your job in this situation, because you're getting put in a position where you could be left hanging on to this. That was my concern at that point in time. And so I had advised him that I didn't have an idea one way or the other about the records, but I just said the fact that Randy is talking this way and they made the request, I don't want to put us, in a position where we come and Steve's responsible for responding to it, and then we find out that something isn't turned over, and Steve's the one holding on to it. So I said, you need to pin the mayor down, make him to commit to that. If he doesn't text, that's fine, but ask him to, commit to that in writing so you can basically just protect yourself. And that you should do that in a particular way. I was, cautioning him. Ultimately, what I said to him is, look, again, he was very nervous over it, and so I prepared a document that basically was asking for a commitment to either you don't text, or if you do, then provide us these records, because I thought that was really about the only way to try to maintain a position of neutrality in it and to allow Steve to sort of remove himself from the possibility of being responsible for a problem. And that was, that was the consultation that happened at that point. It was concerning, though, because I don't want, look, I mean, my job is to make sure that things don't blow up. I didn't want them to blow up in either direction. And what I mean by that is that, we, even though a records request might come through for a public official's records, we usually try to support that so that we don't run into a problem. I don't want this to happen. I mean, this is not something I want to be having as a hearings over whether or not something was properly responded to. And I also don't want a different public official, that being Steve, sitting there trying to answer that, oh, I thought that we had everything, but it was miscommunication. So I was trying to clean that up.
And then what happened subsequently?
Well, what followed that was probably not more than 2 days probably passed after I wrote that document. I think Steve testified to it. It was, maybe late July 27th, somewhere around there. I provided him a format to make the request to the mayor to commit to a response. 2 days later, approximately, Steve called me up and he was worried about it yet. And he said, Hap, the mayor hasn't responded to this yet. And at that point, he said to me, that's unusual because the mayor usually responds very quickly. And again, I took that as a caution. I was, I guess, from Steve's being alarmed, I was somewhat alarmed as to what does that actually means going on here. And so eventually then he contacted me and did indicate at some point there that he talked to Bob and that now he was saying that, well, there might be a couple of texts that he had with Chief Gramza, but he doesn't really have them anymore. So that was the next piece of information on that. That was the extent of leading up to that point. It was later then that I received another call from Steve, again, clearly upset about the situation and basically saying that he had gotten contacted or in a communication with the mayor that he did say that IT had wiped his phone. And, that was concerning to him. And I just said, you got to figure out if that happened with IT. I don't know one way or the other. I wouldn't know whether that would happen. The unusual thing with this is that, and most of the council here is familiar with this, but that with text messages in themselves, we didn't archive those. It was really a matter at the time that it was quite cost prohibitive to try to archive those. And so, at one point, and this goes back well in advance of this, years or more, but just sort of a policy, let's try to reduce the amount of time that staff would text so that we kind of reduce how much of that we have to even worry about. So there was sort of a discouragement to avoid texting because we didn't have the ability to archive it. But you can't really do that with public officials that manage their own phone equipment and stuff. And then in this case, we were dealing with one that had been, issued by the department or by the city.
In your, I'm not asking for legal advice, but the issue seems to be however many text messages might have been on the mayor's phone. The mayor would contend that probably most of them didn't have anything to do with the parameters of the open records request. And kind of should it be a big deal then? Should it be a big deal? Why is it an issue of substance? Is it?
You know, I'm a lawyer, so you got to be careful. I mean, my answer to that is I don't know. I mean, is it a big deal, and what does a big deal mean? I don't know how to really respond to that.
The first time I've ever heard a lawyer say that.
So in terms of this request, I don't have an answer as to whether there were, again, I have seen documentation and I haven't dwelled on the amount, but there is a gap of information that may be missing on the phone. I can't address one way or the other whether that would have been implicated by this open records request. So that's an open-ended thing that I'd have no answer for. I don't know. I mean, I can't say anymore that there was 200, that there was one or none. That I have no way of knowing that. I'm concerned a little bit in terms of just, okay, we don't want this to happen. I'm going to guarantee you that. We don't want the gap off of somebody's phone records. And, you know, just speaking to that, it is a difficult thing to do. I mean, I have to do this myself. I have to maintain my own. I don't get a city-issued cell phone. So the amount of archiving that I need to do and the number of emails that I have on my system that I just keep overloading my system because anytime I'm writing, I've got to keep track of those. So it is an ominous task to try to, you know, take care of those things. But it's a little concerning that we have a gap, that there's something missing. That said, that can happen. I mean, somebody could lose a record. It could happen completely inadvertently. That does happen, or could happen anyway. And, but if you know that that's happening, at least there's some way to deal with it. If somebody came and that was the question, if we got these requests and somebody says, well, you know, my phone got dumped in the toilet or whatever, and I don't have them, then, you know, we have to start dealing with that in a upright fashion to try to deal with it straightforward.
I think at the beginning of your response, you responded in the way I would have expected. If there are missing records, the issue is that you don't know whether any of them or all of them were within the parameters of that open records request.
Well, I surely don't. That's correct.
Well, none of us do now because they're gone. Does that leave the city vulnerable in terms of being out of compliance with a legitimate open records request?
Well, so again, I would say if these are records that are supposed to be held by a public official, we're vulnerable if we don't have them. So just whether it will fit within this context of this request or not, the fact that we don't have them, that somebody's not being responsible in keeping them, that's a problem. So, I mean, in that sense, yeah, we need to keep them. There's a requirement. In fact, every public official that is, you know, for this municipality is obligated by statute to keep their own records. And, you know, in that context, we're talking about records that relate to their official duties in their position as a public official. So we are supposed to keep them. Are you vulnerable if you don't have them? Of course, you need them to be able to respond if something happens. It's not just that request, but what about the one that might follow that does have something? So there is that particular concern. Whether that's an issue on this request or not, again, I'm completely empty as to whether or not there was anything that would have met that request without knowing what they are.
Well,
I can't say.
Yeah, that's the problem. None of us know because they're gone. I've asked my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor?
Is there, when you get an open records request like this, to fulfill the open records request, you have to give information that is specific to the request. Is that correct?
Correct?
And so everything else, and I appreciate what, trying to bring it all, but if there's nothing that, or you can't recollect that there is anything there, then nothing could be given. Is that correct? If we wouldn't have had emails that fit this, or any type of electronic that doesn't fit the criteria, that's what an open records request is about. This request, isn't that correct? Or when I say this one, I mean an open records request.
Correct. I think what you're asking is that, you know, if you get an open records request, it's for specific records in a specific parameter. And, you know, if it doesn't fit within those parameters, then they wouldn't be provided as part of that request. That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Articuno, redirect?
No, I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, and since there's nothing, I guess we'll go to the council. Any questions from the council? Mr. Paschal?
All right. Mr. Wolfgram, did you have any conversations regarding this with the mayor?
Yes.
And what was the gist of those conversations?
That question is so broad that I will tell you, I mean, I've had many conversations because you have to realize, first of all, the mayor was under an investigation by Portage County, so we talked about that. We talked about the parameters of the records. We talked about the application of the open records law. We talked about, you know, so I would tell you through the time period that if you go back to when I kind of talked about knowing that this, so that's, you know, late July when Steve came to me up until a week ago. I mean, honestly, I could tell you that it could even be 100 conversations. I'm not sure that I'm off with that kind of. So
Okay.
I had many, many conversations.
Let me try to narrow it down. Did the mayor ever discuss with you destroying these records? That he had destroyed these records?
No, I never had a conversation specific to destroying records.
Did the mayor lay blame on anyone else for destroying these records with you?
I'm going to put it this way, as to destruction of records, that was not discussed in any direct way. Meaning that, you know, somebody may have destroyed these records, that he destroyed those records. I never really had a conversation that records would have been intentionally destroyed, not in that sense.
Okay, no further questions.
Other council members with questions? Mrs. Spiros?
Okay, I'm just going to explore a little bit more what Nick was asking. Did you have any conversations with Mayor McManus regarding whether there were any text messages missing that he couldn't turn in? Did you ever ask him if there were text messages he had that he could not turn in because he no longer had them?
Just in a general sense that there was an understanding that there was a gap in the records, but only to that extent.
Okay. And you said that, or Mr. Barg testified that he had contacted you several times, and you did testify that you did give him advice to get in writing from the mayor, that he did not have any further record. Is that correct?
Yeah, the initial contact from Mr. Barg was more so to make sure that there was a commitment to, if the mayor was maintaining that he never texted, that you better document that that's the case, because what I was worried about was that from the context of the records request and the information that was coming to Steve, that there was an expectation that there were going to be some text messages. And so what I was worried about is that there was going to be a setup, as it were, meaning that, you know, okay, we know we've got these records, and so we're asking for text messages, and when we don't provide them, then it's going to be, aha, you didn't provide us these text messages, and we have them showing you actually did this. And so that was the context that I had the conversation with Steve, because number one, to protect the mayor, and number two, to protect Steve. Because if there were records and they were being hidden by the mayor, that I didn't want Steve to lose his job over it, because he's the guy who's responding to the text messaging or to the open records request. And if that's the case, and he doesn't have some way to document what the level of that conversation was, I was worried for him. On the other hand, I also did not want to have a situation where, they were going to run around now with text messages and go to the mayor and say, we got you because we asked for these and you didn't provide it. Now we got a new problem. I didn't want that to happen to the mayor either. Every one of those problems is a problem for me. Every one of those problems is a problem for the city. That's my client, is the city.
Mm-hmm. Did you see any of the text messages that Mr. Gershman was referring to when he said we have text messages? Or I believe that there's text messages.
I never saw anything in advance of that. I only knew from I will say that I had conversations. I don't recall too much in terms of substance, but just the idea that there was an expectation that something was going to come out of this open records request. I never really believed that to be the case per se. I didn't know what they were asking for per se. But definitely in talking to Steve, then there was this concern that, because I remember when Steve came to me, again, very concerned, right? I mean, Steve was nervous and concerned that the mayor had indicated that there was no text. And I remember telling Steve very specifically, look, that doesn't make sense. I believe Mr. Gershman's going to have those records, and either they're going to torpedo the mayor with them, or you're going to be left holding the bag that, you didn't get this figured out, and it's on you because you're the guy that's actually taking over the open records request for the mayor. So I was worried about either one of those things happening is just a bad day for me as the lawyer and for the city. So I didn't want either of those things to happen here.
Okay, so what I understand you saying is Steve was responsible for fulfilling the open records request. If the mayor was not forthright and did not provide all of the information, that would leave Steve vulnerable for not fulfilling the request.
Right, at least in terms of if you don't pin it down with the mayor, then it's not clear exactly what happened. And what I didn't want to have happen is just sort of, well, you didn't tell me that's what you're looking for or whatever. I didn't want that to be in that kind of situation. And if the mayor was saying, I don't text at all, I felt that Steve needed to document that. So it wasn't Steve, verbally saying, well, I had a conversation with the mayor and he said he didn't text, so I didn't fill out the record. And then we end up with, well, that's not exactly what I said kind of a situation. So I was trying to make sure that we documented it one way or the other, however this was going to go.
Okay. Let's see, what was I going to ask you next?
And I should say, another big part of that was to just, okay, maybe the mayor hadn't thought of it or whatever, that if there was something there, let's make sure you give them an extra chance to look at this so we don't run into a problem.
Did Steve ever talk to you about Matt Sutton or the conversation regarding Matt Sutton?
Yes.
Can you recall what that was?
Again, Steve called me concerned, not quite as concerned as the first time, but just saying, his terminology was, you're not going to believe this, but the mayor said that the IT completely wiped his phone. And, he was coming to me with that as a problem that now, again, keep in mind, it's in this context that we got an open records request, people saying that it wasn't completely fulfilled, and sort of a misunderstanding in terms of what, are there records, are there not records, all of that. And again, my advice to him was go and make dang sure that you document what Matt's response is to this, so that we don't have a situation where you can't address that we looked at this. Is that possible? Because I didn't know if it was possible at the time. I just said, so if that's a possibility, then that's on us. That's going to be on the city staff if the phone was wiped. So go make sure whether that's something that could have happened.
Okay. Let's see. Can I ask you, do you have any texts from the mayor? You don't have to tell what they are, just do you text with him? Does he text with you?
You know, I'm going to say that I may have one or two texts. That's how much I would say I've texted with the mayor. I'm not a text person for this very reason, though. So I don't do that very often. So, you know, through you're talking about a handful of texts probably through all city officials that I would communicate. I can't actually say for sure if I have. I think I may have texted the mayor just one or two that'll call you back or something like that, but that's the extent of it.
Okay, and just a couple of things more. Steve testified that there were times that the mayor failed to respond when he sent emails for verification, and I believe that some of that was at your request or at your advice to Steve to do that. Is it your opinion that the mayor's failure to respond honestly or at times to respond at all prevented Mr. Barg from fulfilling this open record request in a timely manner?
I can't, I'm not sure I can answer that. The timing of that was late in that request, and it was after the point in time where it was sort of, boy, we're pretty late in the game as far as that's concerned. So when I think of when I was brought in, there was already a problem. So all I can really speak to that is that at the time that correspondence that I prepared for Mr. Barg went out to the mayor, Steve was concerned that he hadn't gotten a response back, and it was more of an analysis of what is this going to mean. I didn't want to find out that we, had something sitting there and it was going to be a problem, or that something was gone. I mean, all of those things are not good things, but that kind of delay, if that I knew about, was really a matter in terms of that specific part of it. Was probably only a matter of 4 or 5 days within that time frame, is the way that I recall it. As to an overall, I really don't know. I'd have to really rely on Steve in terms of the timing for what he was asking for and how long it took to fulfill it. And that I was only involved when there was a problem.
Okay. Well, Steve had said earlier that there was about a 4 to 5 month time frame before that they could fill that request. Is that an unusually lengthy amount of time?
I'd have to, again, first of all, Steve testified, and I would defer to him in terms of whether there was a problem with that delay. 4 or 5 months sounds like a long time. On the other hand, that depending on the request, it can take a very long time to fulfill them. There's a lot of factors that go into that. It's not just, so I'm going to say it that way. There's a lot that goes into those requests, so I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Mr. Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few questions. One is, what is the statutory role of the mayor?
Well, I think we've all heard he's the chief executive officer of the city. So that's, So
and what does that mean? I mean, what is... does the statutes list the duties?
Sure, yeah, and it does list the duties, and one of those duties is that he is certainly acting as a liaison between the Common Council and the city administration. He also fulfills a role in terms of monitoring the conduct and performance of various city staff and officials. That's come up in the context of things that I'm sometimes asked to do, meaning that there is at times an evaluation over whether or not something that either a public official or employee has done that might be problematic either in terms of policy or the law. But that's in a general sense the role.
So is it the role of the mayor to make sure that the policies of the city, the ordinances, laws are being...
Yes.
Okay. What is the legal definition of malfeasance?
It's not competently performing your duties is the way I would describe that.
Okay. Because I have down even wrongful act involving or affecting the performance of one's duty. Would you agree with
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay. So could it be said that the mayor was neglecting his duties by not being forthright with Steve during this process?
Yes.
Okay. My last question, did you ever give any memorandums to the mayor or even a verbal legal opinion on deletion of text or just the general complaint brought against him?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us how many? I mean, were they memorandums or were they verbal legal opinions? Can you just clarify?
I gave the mayor formal memorandums of various.
Sorry, did you say 4?
Formal, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I had to say numbers, if you're talking specifically about texts and the complaint, I'm gonna maybe say 3 or 4. But I mean, I've had other exchanges with him regarding, you know, the legalities of either the open records request, fulfilling the open records request, and another big part of it is, of course, these proceedings.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Any other council questions? All right, your witness, Dr. Eo, do you have anything further?
No, I don't think so.
And Mr. Mayor?
No.
Okay. Guess we're done with you for now. We may call you back at some point. All right. We are getting up 20 minutes to 10. I don't know if we want to continue with another witness. If you have a short witness, you know, that'd be covering quickly, or if we want to just.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't have them listed by height.
I meant testimony.
My next witness would be Randy Gershman. We could start with Randy and then finish. What do you think?
Well, that is an option available to the council.
Let's go ahead and get started. Please step in front of the court reporter. Dr. Keough.
Mr. Gershman. The open records request that you submitted, did you ever talk about that request at a Police and Fire Commission meeting to other members of the commission?
I did not. I actually had been working on that open records request for almost a year prior to that. Just basically, I was curious because of some things that happened with the Fire and Police Commission and commissioners. Some things I was concerned about, but I did it on my own. I never discussed it with the Fire and Police Commission.
As the then president of the commission, I remember you talking about being interested in it. What delayed you for a whole year?
You know, I think part of it was Bob was new to the mayor role, and I think he struggled with the Fire and Police Commission and the fact that we have optional powers. And what I mean by optional powers, when you look at just for people that don't understand, is literally the city provides all the funding for the Fire and Police Commission. The reason why we have optional powers is simply to keep the politics out of both departments. So the city provides the funding and the resources. Fire and Police Commission decides how those resources are spent.
Okay, at some point, you began thinking about doing an open records request. Can you share with the council what was troubling you that triggered the idea that it might be helpful or useful to do an open records request?
I had been told that the mayor had made promises during his election for a couple different things. Two things he basically ran on, which there was no secret, was one, I had heard through members of the police union, he promised to get rid of the fit for duty, which was an issue that was the policy was passed by the Fire and Police Commission. The other thing, there was a lot of talk about adding additional staff to the fire department, which was really surprising to me because as a commissioner, at no point during that year was there any discussion from our fire chief about adding additional staff. In fact, he made comments before this body about saying that staffing was just fine with the transport agreement that we had with MCHS. So there were just some things that kind of bothered me in the sense where I wanted to get kind of a handle on it.
And you felt that an open records request being able to look particularly at the mayor's emails and text messages and Facebook would give you what kind of insight?
Well, I felt strongly that he was communicating with members of the police department, probably even past members of the police department. A lot of discussion about fit for duty. There were some things that had shown up that there's just no possible way that he hadn't been communicating. So I wanted to look into that. I also wanted to look into what his emails were in terms of trying to either shape or change the direction of the Fire and Police Commission. And that bothered me because as an independent body, we want to stay out of the politics of it, but it has been difficult since Mayor McManus has been, literally since he's been elected. Within the first few months, it was, you could sense there was a lot of hostility towards us as a commission.
You said that just in your last couple of paragraphs, that there were some things that that involved mayor and the commission. Can you be more specific about what those things might have been?
Yeah, we were exploring doing, well, there was a couple of things. I think the first thing is we were exploring doing either a fit for duty or some form of functional test for the fire department. And we started having some discussion on it. And I believe Mike Myers was our president at the time, and he got a scathing email from the mayor, just basically going after him and attacking him in the commission, saying how disappointed he was in him. That was one item. There was another item too, where we had we went into a closed session to discuss, I think, like the clinic contract. And the mayor injected himself, came into the room, and it was just a disaster. Just a disaster. He went on and on about how disappointed he was in the commission, and I think he even made a comment like he wanted to have us all removed. I don't remember every detail, but and then just other things. I think basically, I just want to point to like one thing that kind of stood out in my mind, and you know, I was a little reticent. The mayor has absolutely the power to recommend an appointment. But I know when Nate Miller wasn't reappointed, Nate was an excellent commissioner. Guy's amazing intellect. entrepreneur, great with financials, and very much a good commissioner. He'd challenge both our chiefs to be better at what they do and be more descriptive in wants versus needs, and also the finance part. But the way he was treated during the reappointment process, and then the mayor made a comment after that and said, you know, you people in Marshfield sure get wound up about your committee assignments or board assignments. And I thought to myself, the only positions you have wanted to replace have been fire and police commission. I think he even struggled with reappointing Mike, and they didn't reappoint Nate. Didn't want to appoint Andy. And I felt very valid to get involved in that conversation as a commissioner, where I felt Andy had done an excellent job. And there were some concerns, nothing personal against the person that he wanted to appoint, but I think there were some very valid reasons that I needed to speak up.
And what did you learn from the open records request and all of the materials that?
Well, I found out, I think Bob took office April of 18, I think. By late July, August 18, he requested a memo from the attorney, Pat Wolfgram, about removing the Fire and Police Commission.
Anything else?
Well, there was also some additional comments. Just a simple thing. He ran on staffing. And we always study staffing at the fire department. We do what's right and what the city can afford. But the mayor had called a meeting, and also there was some contact between him and the fire chief. And then he had called the meeting at City Hall, which none of us, the commissioners, were of. I think Mayor Mike Myers was there, and I think Andy, the mayor, I think the fire chief. And the mayor was proposing adding like 9 additional staff plus 1 training officer. And what was interesting to me and what was really compelling is at no point prior to that meeting had our fire chief ever expressed any dissatisfaction, staffing issues, or problems with the commission. And we oversee the department.
The testimony from Steve Barg and confirmed by Hap from what he remembers Steve saying. Was that there was a certain amount of tension between the Police and Fire Commission and the mayor. And I think everyone acceded to that as probably being accurate. From your perspective, what is the source of that tension?
You know, I think honestly, I think the mayor is very frustrated because he doesn't have the power that probably he thought he'd have, especially when it comes to the Fire and Police Commission. The part that bothers me is I don't mind, you know, you're going to have conflict in life. Everyone is going to have some conflict. But to try to intimidate, threaten, to try to shape what our conversations are, they're all meaningful at the commission. We do a great job. We've got some very, very bright people. That it really doesn't. Everyone that I have known that's commissioner, to start with, Mike had a difficult time with him. Andy, you had a difficult time. Nate, no question, had a difficult time with him. And now me.
If I may, as this line of questioning goes on, it's been pointed out by the mayor raised the issue that there's a conflict and concern between the PFP and the mayor. And we've heard the PFC side to some degree. We'll likely hear the mayor's side to some degree. But I'm having a lot of trouble understanding how that's going to help the council decide whether the mayor misled, whether the mayor destroyed some records, or whether he tried to blame someone else. I think it's important that we got into record why the request was made.
No, I understand, and I don't disagree. Randy, you've been sitting here all evening and listened to all of the testimony from the witnesses so far. Have you had any personal experience with the mayor where he was disingenuous, lied to you in some way, presented something that was not?
I don't think that.
All right.
Well, unless you're saying that goes to his credibility.
Yeah.
Huh.
But I'm not going to argue with you about it. That's fine. Not essential to what.
I don't think we should. The issue here is whether there's a conflict and whether that has anything to do with what's been charged.
Well, in some ways, I think I feel the same way about it as the mayor does about his point of view. I think in terms of the gestalt of the situation, yes, it does. But in terms of the specifics of my complaint, I can understand you'd say that it probably does. Randy, is there anything else that you're aware of the complaint? You've seen all of the material, the detective's report. Is there anything else that you think is related directly to those that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, there's just a couple of things. I want to talk about the open records request that I did. First of all, any citizen can make an open request. I'm not a bad person, so I made open records request. That's the only way I could have some of these questions answered. I did it individually. I paid for it individually, $477.11. No part of the Fire Police Commission was involved. I did this on my own because I knew there could be some political ramifications for the balance of the rest of the commissioners. I just didn't want to go through that. I had a year left on my term. I did it. The thing that's interesting to me that the mayor has pointed out is when I called Detective Meidel, really what had happened is prior to that, I had met with Steve Barg via phone and maybe even Hap. And really, the city can't investigate itself. If the mayor doesn't turn over text messages or doesn't turn over his phone, the city really can't investigate it, right? So I filed a complaint. And I called DCI first, and they were unable to do it. Then I called Wood County, had an extensive conversation with them, and they referred it out to Portage County because we couldn't have someone local do it. The thing that stands out to me is, although the mayor was not charged, on 3 separate occasions, the district attorney told me, you certainly can refer this to the DOJ, the Department of Justice State Attorney General's office. And he did. In the letter, I think part of it is, if you have a chance to look at your packet, it basically says you need to take care of your records. You need to watch them. And that wasn't done. So, the part that made me, that I was disappointed, the request went in April. Steve Barg is hanging out there trying to gather stuff, and we're almost into August already by the time we found out that there was nothing on his phone. Now, you can make the argument, my personal opinion is you can make the argument all day, I don't have any texts in those, but how are we going to know? Because we're never going to get to see him.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm done.
Mayor?
Mr. Gershman, you brought up a fair amount of points, and I would just like to go through those.
Certainly.
One of them, you said that I made a promise to police officers or unions that I would get rid of the Fit for Duty program.
That's what I was told.
Okay.
And the only question, I can tell you there was just some chatter about it. It was very unusual. I can't remember a mayor that in Marshfield that's ever sought an endorsement from the fire and police departments. In fact, we're a small town. Typically, we haven't seen that in the
way
past.
off the point.
But I would like to say he might do that, but I could tell you that that happens every time. That happens a lot. But so here is the question. In what way would the mayor, in where we've got optional powers, you got the Police and Fire Commission, who has optional powers, how would the mayor get rid of that program when the Fire and Police Commission came up with it with the police chief and it was approved by the union? How would a mayor get rid of that?
There would be one way you could do that, is place people on the commission that you think would be favorable to removing the fit for duty.
But let's understand that. Let's go to that point because you said that when it comes up for somebody for reappointment, when somebody's term is up, and I've been through this with the city attorney, when somebody's term is up, they're not guaranteed a reappointment, if you will. Their term is up. That's something completely different than taking somebody down for cause or something like that. Their term to serve is up. And that is one of the roles of the mayor. And so, but it just boggles my mind that anybody can think, and I appreciate what you're saying, it was chatter.
Mayor, again, I understand the point you're raising.
Yep.
That really should be in testimony.
Okay.
Not some sort of question.
When you talk about I was going to get more staff for the fire department, I want to be very, very clear on that because when I was running, and I went through when I was running because 100 years ago, I was a paramedic. I understood what was going on. But also prior to that, they didn't necessarily have the contracts that were there with the Marshfield Clinic Health System. When I first started to...
Mayor, you're doing it again.
No, but it's very important to what he's doing because he made an accusation that I was doing it. On all of the meetings, Mr. Gershman, were you aware that Mr. Keogh and Mr. Myers were at those meetings with the fire chief, with the city administrator, with the city finance director, collectively going through this? And the other thing is...
let him answer the question.
Okay.
What was your question?
Okay.
So my first answer is, why is that important to my open records request? And
I'm responding.
No, you can respond.
You're
You can respond to me, but what I'm telling you is at no point prior to your meeting, pulling that meeting together, Bob, did anyone on the Fire and Police Commission knew that there was any request for additional staff, including a training officer. That is the issue. The Fire and Police Commission has a role in staffing. Bob, you called the meeting, you wanted to have the discussion, because I remember I called Steve Bark and I said, you know, I don't know where this is coming from. We have had no discussion at a commission level about adding 9 additional firefighters plus a training officer.
This really isn't helping us get to the issues in the complaint at all. I understand there's a conflict. I understand that's been raised, but I think it's been addressed.
I just feel that is a bit unfair. I'll be very honest with you because he just had 25 minutes of articulation on these matters, on what I did, and now I don't get the opportunity.
You had the opportunity.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to get through it. He made some pretty serious accusations there.
Well, if you could put it in question,
In a question.
I'm okay with
Okay.
it. You have a tendency to tell your story.
Right. Okay. The other thing, you said that I came into a closed session with the Police and Fire Commission.
You did.
How many times did I come into a closed session with the Police and Fire Commission?
That was just once, and that was the last time.
And that was because did you know that are you aware that I was invited to come to that by Dr. Keogh?
I am not sure if you were invited or if you asked to come in. And I hate to shade the difference, but I think there could be a difference, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, fair enough. And then on the last 3 years, how many Police and Fire Commission meetings have I been to?
Let me just think about that for a moment. When we were studying the fit for duty, looking at approving a draft, you showed up along with Steve Barg. made comments about legal expenses for a moment or two and went into a long discussion about not putting pressure on our firefighters by having a fit for duty or a functional test. And yeah, I remember that.
And if I could just respond to that, did anybody else, was anybody else there giving record or pause of could that be delayed simply because of the cost? Because as you're aware, the city has gone through a tremendous cost.
Yeah, and I'm completely sensitive to that.
Yeah. No, but do you remember who
Yeah,
it was?
I do, because Steve Bark, we talked for a moment about the cost, and we did delay, but
yeah.
But you spent quite a bit of time talking about the fit for duty.
I just have one more question because I'll be, when I'm doing my part, I'll be bringing you back. While you were going through and getting the information on your open records request, did you get any assistance from any city staff?
I did not. I wrote the open records request myself. Again, it was almost a year in the making. A little bit of cut and paste, but I have a friend that's a municipal attorney in another state, and I got some help on it, and I was very detailed in my request.
I just have one final question. How about when you actually got the information, did you have any city staff that reviewed that with you and helped you with that?
No, it was just one big massive, here it is. I had to go through it myself.
You didn't request the help of any city staff?
Zero. I did it myself.
Let me finish the question.
Yeah.
You didn't request the help of any city staff to help you go through the request to look at emails or look at, could there be phone numbers or anything like that?
I did. I think I had gotten your phone log, and I think I tried to do reverse directory, and I asked Rick Ramza to pull some numbers for me. But yeah, that's about the only specific thing. As far as somebody like sitting down with me and going through it, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect, Dr. Keel?
Nothing from me, thank you.
All right, council questions? We may wrap this witness up tonight. Any questions from the council?
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Wagner?
Can we, if the council, due to the lateness of the hour, would not like to do this, can we pick up at this point on Monday night?
I don't see why we couldn't. It is after 10 o'clock, so if you wish to bring Mr. Gershman up to start our evening on Monday, I think we can probably do that.
I'm fine if you want to keep going too. So.
I think with 4 hours under us, I think there's maybe some tiredness amongst some of my colleagues. So at that point, then I guess we need a motion or we just adjourn?
Yeah, you should have a motion to reconvene on the next day.
All right, so we will entertain a motion to reconvene from Mrs. Spiros, seconded by Mr. Wagner. Roll call vote, please.
Fire, Facial,
Yes.
Rosendich,
Yes.
Bargander,
Yes.
Wagner, Witzel,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Spiros,
Yes.
Butke,
Yes.
and Hendler.
All right, we will reconvene at 5 p.m. Monday. We're adjourned.